Honk.
That's what I'm talking about. What's going on, everyone? Welcome, Arvanauts. Welcome, everybody, to a Thursday stream. It is August 29th, 2024, in the year of our Lord, etc., etc. And welcome, everybody, to two things. First of all, a little show and tell, because I've got some pictures to show you from the UK trip, although I feel slightly, Prince Justin, we have a professional, WorldCon sanctioned photographer in the midst, and now Drew has shown up, so now we have two world-class photographers in the mix. So I'm a little nervous to show my amateur hour stuff, but nonetheless, I will be doing that today. I figured it would be fun to go through that. Also, hey Tilted Gaming, good to see you. Tilted, by the way, Tilted Gaming was kind enough to send me some jam, sent me some fig jam and some strawberry jam, and that strawberry jam is real good, man. I am really enjoying the strawberry jam. So thank you very, very much for that. It's freaking awesome. So thank you. You should all buy all of the jam from Tilted Gaming's farm because it's awesome. It really is good. Thanks, man. I've been is there a way that I can have more stuff right now so that I can get that? It was very, very cool. So we're going to do that. And then we're going to do day one of Jusant, which I think is only probably 2 day game. It's not a very long game from what I'm told, although I've heard that before. But very excited for it, actually. A very chill kind of exploration game. So I'm excited for that. Before we get there, just a couple of reminders about ways to support us on the channel. Hold on a second. Whilst I get... What? I have to get something out of my bag. Hold on. And then... There we go. I had to get the right set of glasses. So, I should try the raspberry jam. It's delicious. No, I bet... I'm not into seeds. That is quite... Wow, that good memory. I do like raspberry jam, but it's true that I tend to... I don't like preserves. For exactly that reason. I don't like preserves because I don't love seedy type stuff. But the thing about the strawberry jam is that the strawberry jam was not seedy, honestly, at all. Like, I really like that when people are like, I love the chunks of real fruit. I don't. I like fruit as fruit, and I like jam as jam. But I also don't necessarily love jelly because jelly feels like too artificial and processed. So, like, a combination of both is perfect. Anyway, I like raspberry jam too, but like the strawberry jam, I haven't had a chance to try the fig jam yet, but the strawberry jam is amazing. So thank you, Tilted Gaming. So yes, first of all, please follow the channel if you haven't done so already. Please check out our YouTube with the !arvtube, and if you're watching me over on that channel, welcome. And please consider following and subscribing to us, not just there, but here over on Twitch. Discord is, and also while I'm on that subject, we have started putting out shorts again for that channel, so please spread the word about those shorts. Also, check out Zach Clay's and my Jusant I'm's show, which has had shorts coming out, but also is going to be doing long-form video recording in the next couple of days, and then we're going to be putting that out too, so that's going to be awesome, so please do that. What it's actually been good for is having it a lot with toast, because I'm a big toast fan. Toast, bagels. I like bread in general. so it's been good. So hi Triffid. Let me see, where was I? Discord, yes, !arvcord. Twitter is !arvtweets. And !arvsky will get you to my Blue Sky account, and you can follow me on both of those things. And also, of course, if you haven't done so already, check out the website for this, arvineleron.com. Yeah, gluten hype, exactly right. Oh my God, there was just things toast. I really like fresh bread. I love bread anyway. So my favorite kind of bread is rye bread, but I like sourdough. I don't love, as is the case with other stuff, I don't love super seedy bread. So like multi-grain bread that's like very hearty with like tons of grains. I just want the bread, but obviously I'm not a big fan of like white bread or Wonder Bread style stuff. So the best for me is something that is kind of a strong bread that will hold jam and butter or whatever that you put on it and will toast well, which is why I like rye bread. And fresh bread is amazing. And fresh scones, oh man, so good. Yeah, rye or pumpernickel. Oh, I'm going to talk about the scones. Trust me. You will get your scones on. Trust me. Your mother makes a kick-ass scone. Oh God. These scones in Scotland were so good. Anyway, yes, website arvinelra.com. Financially, exclamation point Arv shop for the merchandise area, exclamation point Arv Treon for the Patreon that you can see right there. That is good for you and good for the channel if you can support it. So please do support us over on the Patreon because it really does make a difference. And get ready because coming up next month, the month of September, we will have our subathon where we're going to be pushing both Patreon subscriptions and also Patreon tier support and also subscribers. I'm going to have a fairly ambitious goal for this. I'd like to be able to, I think, clear probably about 150 to 175 on the Patreon, and then I'm hoping to get over 100 subscribers. So it's ambitious, but I think we can get there, and I'm super excited about the games we're going to be playing as a part of that. But we'll come to that later on. What's up, Configuration Queen? Good to see you. Good to see you. Yes, I have had Portuguese sweetbread, and that is good. That is very good. And I know that that is a prominent thing that you can get in the area where you live, Drew, because I happen to know a little bit about the area demographically and otherwise where you live. So it would not surprise me if you could get some of that. Yeah, Portuguese sweetbread is good. I haven't had that for a long time. Jeez, that's a blast from the past for me. So anyway, exclamation point Arv Treon there, and subbing to the channel is really great as well. Custom sub badges for you to use here, there, and everywhere across Twitch. Custom sub badges and nice, awesome Configuration Queen. Custom sub badges and emotes and things like that as well. So that's all good. On the publishing side, exclamation point Icarus, my graphic novel from the amazing Athos Arts. Exclamation point Library is my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library. That's my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment. And exclamation point Greyshade is my Greyshade IP. Greyshade, Renegade, and Heretic, the Grey Assassin trilogy completed. You can get those there, plus the audiobook of Greyshade by our very own Trent Sparks. You can also pre-order the TTRPG, the Greyshade TTRPG, being done by our very own Brandon O'Brien and Alligator Alley Entertainment, coming out late this year, early next year, so definitely pre-order that. Also, I am going to have more to say about this. It's going to be a busy few months because we're going to have the subathon, and then I'm going to be talking about those other audiobooks and perhaps a surprise or two in there as well relating to Renegade and Heretic, the last two books in the Grey Assassin trilogy. So stay tuned for that whilst I'm doing other things as well. And yes, pre-orders are love, pre-orders are life from the multiple Hugo Award winning Prince Justin. So yes, and last but certainly not least, exclamation point BLM, Black Lives Matter, important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Exclamation point Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to others when you need help and reach out to others when they need help as well. And exclamation point Ukraine, UKRAINE, Ukraine doing quite well as of late in their war, fighting back against an illegal and illegitimate war with bravery and courage. And by doing this, supporting this, we send the message that we will do so for others in that situation in the future. All right, let me turn that off and let me turn this on. Hello all, welcome. And I want to just talk about one quick scheduling note here, which is that we did not have the Dune premiere last night. So I'm going to be, I can't go into all the details about this right now, but I'm just going to be, keep it real for y'all for a moment. And be honest that we have had difficulty for a variety of reasons with the Dune premiere. It's been a little bit snake bit relating to scheduling issues, technical stuff. There's just been a bunch of things that are sort of up there and that we've sort of were scrambling on. And so the Dune premiere is going to happen at some point, but I'm not going to keep putting it on the schedule until I know for sure that we're moving ahead with it at the time that I say. So I'm not saying it's not going to happen. I'm not going to continue to put it on the schedule when I'm not sure about it yet. So if you see me not talking about it now for a while, please do not take that to mean that it's over. It's just I want to make sure that I'm not repeatedly saying something is going to happen if it doesn't. So that's the deal with that as far as Dune is concerned. However, I do want to mention that there is something which is going to be coming in the not too distant future. I don't think I've had a chance to mention this yet. Hold on one second, actually. Okay, cool. Just making a note about that. So there is going to be something that is associated with something that went on during ArvCon, and it's going to be pretty cool. You will see once we get that running. So that is going to be happening. So we've got a bunch of stuff. The other thing, though, is exactly what Triffett said was the other thing I was going to note, which is that the amazing work of Community D&D continues. I am going to be recording the next episode, long episode of the Hearthglow podcast, which again covers between Return to the Forbidden Library and Beyond the Forbidden Library. That has been going up on our website, and that is also going on the new YouTube playlist tomorrow at the Klein. I'm going to be recording that, and just after I finish recording it, basically, or soon thereof, is when Community D&D is going to be going live on the channel to continue with Waterdeep Dragon Heist. So we've got a lot of great content for you still. Obviously, we've got a lot of stuff going on with Eberron and all that kind of good stuff, Beowulf and Ghost of Saltmarsh over on GOG with By the Dice Roll and all the other stuff too. So that's all going to happen. I'm just letting you know that that one particular thing is going to be Dune is going to be sort of on the back burner for a bit until we can get some confirmation about when it's going to happen. Yeah, what's the Shadow Crew? Never heard of them. All right, I forgot I have to turn on one light back here. Let me do that, and then we're going to do the first thing we're doing tonight. We've got two things tonight, chat. We're going to start with a show and tell, basically. I'm going to show some pictures and vids from my trip to the UK, and I will also talk a little bit about a couple of physical items I got while I was there. And then we're going to play at least day one of, it's a short game, but I don't know that we'll get it all finished tonight, but at least day one of the game Jusant, which is this exploration game that is very cool and chill, and I'm looking forward to it. I think it should be a really good time, so I'm going to see that. Yeah, exactly. What is the deal with that? Seriously tilted. All right, let me turn on this light, and then we'll start our show and tell here. I forgot that I have to put on the light behind us. There we go. Light is on. Okay. So here we go. So I want to do a little bit of this show and tell. I prepped this last night. I made sure that I got these things ready to go. So I'm going to put this up like this over here. Yep. And then I'm going to do this. Okay, and then I want to window capture that. Can I do that? Really? I can't do it that way? Interesting. Okay. I didn't know that I couldn't capture it that way. That's fine. That is not a problem because of the power of display capture. Yeah. There we go. All right. So let me do that. And let me do this. Okay. So please, as I'm doing this, please feel free to ask questions. Please feel free to ask any questions that you might have. Please feel free to talk to me about what the pictures are that you're seeing and so on. Yeah, I am excited to start this. So here's my trip to the UK, and it begins with a cat. That's right. Okay. Actually, that's just my cat. That's one of my cats. That's my cat Ganesh, who, as you could see, was very concerned about the fact that we were leaving. This is actually right before we were leaving for the UK. And so we went around and I was like, all right, let me say goodbye to the cats. And I was like, said goodbye to Sherbert, which is the orange cat. And then I was like, all right, goodbye, Ganesh. And this was Ganesh's reaction. As you could see, Ganesh was very broken up about us leaving. You know, Ganesh was like, oh, that's tough, man. I don't know if I'm going to be able to manage, you being gone. I will. In fairness to him, when we got back, though, it was really nice because they both were like big time, like rubbing on our legs, purring, like not letting us out of their sight type of thing. Like they were very happy when we came back. But I think initially when we left, they were probably like, whatever, like you leave to go places all the time and then come back. So what's the big deal? But anyway, so that is my cat, Ganesh. All right, now let's talk about the actual slideshow. So, and there's the other cat. I added that for balance. That was as I was packing up to go. So that was Sherbert's contribution, was sitting in a box. So, all right, Ganesh, Sherbert. Right. Now, this was on our way to the airport. We had to travel a long way. to get to this place because we had to drive all the way down to JFK from Southern Connecticut to leave because we were doing a direct flight over to Heathrow. And so the way to do that was here. So we ended up, that is not me, by the way, taking the picture while we're driving, or while I'm driving, rather. We took basically like a lift down to JFK. So there's the family prepared as they were going to be. And this was the plane and the outside that took us to this place. When we got there, now remember, it was actually only took us about 5.5 hours or so, which is pretty fast. That's about as long as it actually takes us to get to Seattle, to the West Coast. But this way we had a tailwind that was helping us out. So we actually got there we left it was a red eye. So we left late at night, but of course, it's 5 hours ahead over there, right? So as we're traveling, we're also moving ahead in space and time to the next day. So by the time we got there, it was morning, which led us to that. And that was my first sort of sight of England above as we were circling around to get ready to land. And that was very cool because you all know this was an important trip for me. Like I was very excited about this trip. I had always wanted to go to England. I had always wanted to be able to see some of the things that I'm going to talk about that I did end up seeing. And so this was this was pretty awesome. I think I quoted when I landed, I ended up having access to cell phone again. I tweeted out and blue skied out something about like this many sceptered isle. I quoted Shakespeare because that's what it was reminding me of. All right. When we got off the plane, in Heathrow, and then we took another, we landed, and then we took a smaller plane over up to the Glasgow airport. And when we got off the Glasgow airport, this is what it looked like. Now, there's two things about this that are funny. So that literally, I don't know if I can ever remember getting off a plane, off stairs, and walking down the stairs onto the actual runway. Like you just do that and then you walk into the building. Like there was no impressive, awesome like gangway that extends out from the airport and all that kind of stuff. This was just me walking down, family walking down, going across. And then in case you were wondering if this was actually Scotland, I would invite you to take a look at that. And as you can see, there we go. Loganair, Scotland's airline. I don't actually know if we took that, or I think we took probably a British Airways one, but anyway, it was funny, right? Prince Justin, like I was just kind of like, wait, what? I mean, it was fine. It was just funny. All right. So we got there. All right. That brings us to this, which is Glasgow, the World Science Fiction Convention. And of course, Prince Justin will know a lot about this. This took place at the Scottish Events Campus, which had basically two components. One component is this building called the Armadillo, popularly. It's not what it's actually called, but and I took another picture of that, which we'll see at some point. It was designed to be based on a set of sails, which is very cool, but it looks a little bit like the Sydney Opera House. Reminds me a bit of that. But the Glasgow residents kind of have a sense of humor about things. And so they were like, yeah, it's an armadillo. And so that name is stuck. There was also next to it, I don't remember, it was called the Armadillo, but initially I heard on the tour that we did that it wasn't supposed to be the Armadillo. It was just that as they were building it, the residents called it that. And so they just gave up and called it the Armadillo officially, I think is what they told us. But Prince Justin, do you remember what the building next to it was called though? The one that lights up at night? I want to say it was called like the Halo or the Hydro, the Oval Hydro. That's right. The Hydro. So I'll have a picture of that too. So the whole event took place in these two areas. It was fine, but getting from one place to another was a little bit confusing. Partly because all of the buildings are connected. Oh, that's right. The OVO. The official name, the Scottish Events Campus is the whole bit, but the buildings inside it, you had these components to it. Also, hi, Emily. It was a little confusing to get to the different rooms. And it wasn't just a lack of signage, but every building, it wasn't because of a lack of signage. Every building there was basically connected to the others. So you could get to any of them, but figuring out like what direction to go was a little strange and like where things went. So you just had to, you had to navigate it. I've been in more confusing places than this, but it was a little odd, but eventually we were able to get there. I thought that this was funny. Which is when we, I think that was right on the way out was this thing that said, haste ye back, which I thought was very funny. Haste ye back. So I did indeed haste me back multiple times during that trip. All right, so there's the outside of the Armadillo, and as you can see, it is a striking building. Really is an interesting looking building, and inside is very. Glasgow is a lot of old construction, but also a lot of very modern Art Deco construction and architecture. So this was one of those ones where you walk inside it, and it felt very modern and very like. I don't know, almost industrial a little bit inside, but it was pretty cool. So there was that. That was the outside of this building, which was called the OVO, this hydro. And it was lit different colors. I think it wasn't always green. It was sometimes probably purple or other colors as well. But it was interesting to come to it at night and actually see what it looked like. There'll be more about the lights later. I took a lot of pictures of stuff that I thought was interesting. So I felt like this was a very like it was described in a very clear way. Like they were just kind of like, we wanted to make sure we have this all presented. So children must not play on this site. This is a hard hat area. High visibility jackets must be worn. Protective footwear must be worn. And my favorite sign here is my favorite part of the sign is parents should warn children of potential hazards. And I just had this image of being like, now children, what you see inside this gated area is potentially dangerous. I must warn you that if you take any further step towards this place, it is possible that you will have a danger that will affect you. So it was very funny. Not just children must not play on the site, but parents should warn children of the potential hazards. Like I don't know, that struck me funny for some reason. Okay, now this is the place that we had breakfast on our first day, which was a cool sort of underground, not underground, but like it was, you had to go down the steps off the street to get to this. And this was the breakfast. Now, I really liked this. This was a kind of smoked salmon. They're very big on the smoked thing. Smoked salmon. I like salmon any way that I can get it. I don't like smoked as much as others, but I still obviously love salmon regardless, with poached eggs on toast. And that was super good, but it was not as good as this. And again, I'm going to show off each of these. This here is Millionaire Shortbread, which, as I talked about the other day, is basically chocolate on the top, caramel, like liquid caramel in the middle, and shortbread on the bottom. It was delicious. Like, just again, it was like made in a lab for me. Like, I love caramel and I love it when it's not overly chewy. This wasn't. I love chocolate. I love shortbread. You put them together. I mean, what is not to love? It was really awesome. And this scone here, this was I think like one of these was an apple scone and one was a cinnamon. The scones were outrageous at this place. They were not dry, they were not crumbly, they were moist, and it was so good. Like, actually, as much as I love the Millionaire Shortbread, I could have just gone with the scones all day. It was super good. So that was good stuff. Okay, then we took some pictures around town as we were walking around. If you recognize this and you're like, boy, that looks like the Grubhub logo, pretty much got to be the same company. In Canada, I forget what Flayo said they call this in Canada, but here it's just called Just Eat. So there's a lot of food delivery going on in Glasgow as well. And in fact, elsewhere in the UK, we saw this in London too. And a lot of people on e-bikes or regular bikes, a lot of biking in the UK, a lot of cycling especially in cities. Well, I shouldn't say that. Oxford had a lot of it also. So a lot of cycling, a lot of biking, but yes, Just Eat was the one that was there. Okay. A lot of beautiful architecture, like beautiful church architecture as well. Some small ones like this, and then other big ones as well. But it's combined with this Art Deco stuff. And Clea is my wife that you can see there, Mrs. Arv, is big into Art Deco and really learned a lot about Art Deco when she was in college. And so she was pointing out to us a lot of these things like this is Art Deco style and this is Art Deco framing and all that stuff. That was very cool. I was really disappointed that we couldn't see this. There was a New Hope in concert with the Royal Scottish National Orchestra in the Glasgow Royal Concert Hall, but it was going to be next month, Saturday, September 21st. I'm like, well, can't do that. Not going to be here for that, unfortunately, but I wanted to take a picture anyway. All right. My God, I see some Athis books here. And specifically, there were books that were familiar to all of you. And I'm talking about here the certain book known as Heretic. That's right, Heretic and Renegade was there. There you see Night Ivy and Ink Bloom by one E.D. Ebell. Up here, you see Aliatera by Matt Spencer and Ava Kelly. Ava Kelly writing, Matt Spencer doing the art. And we also had in another place, there was a B. There's B to C, which I think is actually right there. You can't quite see it, but I think that's B to C. And elsewhere, there were Rosalind's siblings. Athos was well represented, and it was cool to be at the Waterstones booth and to be able to see that. So that was in the hall. And as you could see, Worldcon for our futures. I really liked a lot of the playgrounds in the UK as well because they had some different. The Dragon of Innocent already sold out. Yeah, that thing went quickly. I love the playgrounds in the UK. Some of just because there was always some things that were a little different. Like here, you can see that these are basically a climbing wall, but it's also like fish. So it's like climbing fish, more or less, that they have there. You know, the swings are standard. They had a lot of this sort of spinny stuff. Obviously slides and things like that, but they had a lot of this stuff, including like built-in trampolines. I have a picture of that later that you will see. This is where we were staying. So I mentioned that like out here, you've got a stone building, right? Just a regular, ordinary stone building. But then out here, church, right? Again, Glasgow was an interesting combination of old and new. As I say, a lot of like very modern stuff, but sort of mixed in with the older architecture around it, which I thought was really neat as well. So that was right outside where we were. And then you got stuff like this, which is a garage that looks like a cheese side. In fact, I think the driver said it was called like the cheese garage or like the holy cheese something. And you can probably see why based upon what you're looking at there. Yarn. Oh my goodness, was there a lot of yarn sort of displays in the hall, which is something I hadn't expected. My daughter, little Arv, was very big on this. She wanted to see all of the yarn, and so she had me take pictures, and I thought I would show you some of it. We had all kinds of yarn. There were like 2 separate booths with a bunch of yarn that was available. And they told me, I talked to both of them, and they said they had done way better than they thought they were going to do. A lot of people buy yarn. A lot of people like to knit and sit in panels. And so there was a lot of that going on with yarn also. So, and you can see that too. thirdvaultyarns.com, your geeky yarn companion. And I don't know if you can see it down here, but they had board game knits. So basically board game knits right here, which were knit patterns that are inspired by board games like Catan and things like that, which I thought was interesting. And more yarn, like I said, yarn. And then this one was just to show you the Batmobile and whatever the hell this is. I keep looking at this and wondering why I'm not remembering what this is from. I don't remember if this is from like Halo. Maybe that's Mad Max, actually. Is that from Fury Road? Maybe that's from Fury Road. Is that Fury Road and I'm just missing it? This obviously is the Aviary's car. Just so you know, like that's, in case you're curious about what the Aviary actually drives, it's right there. But no, am I like, do I not know? Should I know what this is, what this car is? Because I couldn't remember and I wasn't sure what this was. He is a classy bird. I didn't, yeah, okay, so it wasn't just me, because I'm like, this seems familiar, but I don't know what, it's got that like top flip open, you know, to get in the cockpit thing, but, and saying, I don't know what that's from. Yeah, okay, so I'm glad it wasn't just me, because I was very confused about that. Anyway, cool car. A lot of the parks, a lot of really beautiful flowers in the parks of Glasgow, and a lot of them, not surprisingly, heather as well, but a lot of wildflowers. There was a lot of emphasis on wildflowers in Glasgow. Not surprising that in London, you got a lot more of the sort of more organized kind of roses and, you know, sort of curated and cured for flowers, but that sort of thing. Oh, is that the newest Batmobile? Is that the new one? The new one? That looked like old school to me. Is that not old school? I thought that was old school stuff, but maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I thought that was old school. Okay, and then I mentioned more of the and this is something which, by the way, I'm going to talk a lot with Oxford. I love this thing. This happened in, you were talking about the gray one. Oh, is that the tumbler? You're talking about that's the Batmobile from Batman Begins from the Christopher Nolan trilogy. But see, I thought that was black though. I thought the tumbler was painted black for this thing. Maybe you're right though. I mean, maybe that's what that is. Um, so this happened a lot. The tower in the distance, like walking along and you look up and there's a tower or there's a clock tower or there's a spire somewhere. That happened all the time in Oxford, which was one of the reasons I loved it so much. But it happens sometimes in Glasgow as well, and I thought that was striking. Here's this modern playground, right, and then just bam, tower in the distance. This one I took a picture of because Tron. Do 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 do. So end of line. And then there were other areas of Glasgow like this. I thought this stuff was very neat because, again, modern construction, but it was something about the organization of the streets felt very European to me. So that was the thing. Oh, okay, from Robert Pattinson. That could be. I've only seen that movie once. I liked it, but I don't remember what the Batmobile looked like. So just because I wanted to take a picture of a Scottish mailbox. And this was because I thought there were some cool statues around this area, including that one, who reminded me a little bit of Mark Twain, but that's definitely not who that is. There are a couple of pictures later on in here that I'm pretty proud of, but I am not the professional photographer. This is all for my phone. It's also while I'm walking along with, trying to carry stuff for my kids, etc. So, I didn't necessarily frame it. My daughter also took a bunch of pictures on her Canon, and so I'm excited for her when she gets those pictures done to show those off too. My son, but most importantly, again, just like you turn and it's like cool building, in this case, a church that you can see. This again had images of more like some of it was Art Deco and some of it was just sort of striking details about the doors, about the kind of areas and things like that. Oh, absolutely, you could post that. If you're allowed to do that, please do post the Flickr page. Prince Justin's photos are obviously amazing. I took a picture of that because that was absolutely the feel. Not everybody I talked to was a Labor supporter. Not everybody I talked to was an SNP supporter. But man, everybody I talked to was like, F the Tories. And we're literally that way. The Tories, the conservatives are going to have it's going to take them a while. They are going to wander in the wilderness for a while because the people were really angry at that party. There was a reason that they got crushed the way they did in the last election. It's going to take them a while to come back from it. And they can, but they're going to have to be rational about it and not go even further right. So definitely check those out. Prince Justin actually took a really nice picture of me, which was nice of him when I was doing a signing. So, the Buttery. This was one of the fanciest, and I believe it is the oldest restaurant in Glasgow. And the note that I want to make here is that when we had dinner here, we had dinner one time. When we had dinner here, we were sitting literally in the table next to George R.R. Martin. Now, I'm not going to get into any controversy about George Martin. I'm just going to say he was sitting at the table right next to us. And so the waitress was talking to us a little bit about it. And she was like, oh yeah, and my boyfriend loves fantasy and I like fantasy too. And da-da-da-da. And I was like, well, we weren't like close enough that they could have heard us. They were like right at the table next to us, but it was still, across the room a little bit. And I was like, just so you know, I'm also a fantasy author, and my trilogy is finished. And I was kind of joking, and she laughed immediately. She's like, really? So I ended up actually giving her a card, and she was like super excited, and I think bought an ebook on the spot because she wanted to like buy more stuff for her, herself and her boyfriend here. So that was funny. Food was good. Definitely the food was good here, but it was very, the oldest restaurant in Glasgow. And there's a lot of stuff like that. Very good fries and some good steak, as we can see. This was, I forget what this was. This was I think that was also a kind of sirloin, I want to say. And that was some kind of potato cheese dish. I don't remember exactly what this was. I just thought I didn't have a chance to do the full composition on this, but I thought that was a fun shot because that was basically the place where we stayed, was on the third floor over there of this thing called the Premier Suites, and that's the church that I showed you before captured in the window. Maybe not the compositional quality that Drew or Prince Justin would like, but I thought it was cool. Yeah, it was kind of one of those like neat to be able to get a shot at like that. The disordered church, I guess. So. All right. Then we got on one of those hop on, hop off buses, and we had a chance to go around and see Glasgow. And that was actually a really good idea, as it turned out, because we went and covered a lot of the sort of main areas. So there was this fountain, this huge fountain, and there was a lot to see. There was this place that I want to say that was originally the home of a glass factory owner, like one of the biggest ones in Glasgow, and had made this stuff in the Roman style. So we've got Roman style arches and things like that. And then honestly, there were so many pictures and so much info that I just was like, snap, 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 make sure the kids are fine, snap, snap. So I was like taking pictures at sometimes, not at random, but this was funny though. This also, Glasgow had a nickname for this bridge, and I need to remember what it is. Let me see if I can find it. Is it the Uneven Bridge? It might be the Uneven Bridge. Or the Wibbly Wobbly Bridge, maybe? Oh, the Squinty Bridge. That's what it is. Yep. The Squinty Bridge, because they said it looks like someone is basically squinting when you look at it this angle. So basically they said that every major like architecture or work that goes up in Glasgow, the residents decide what they think it looks like, and then that's just what they call it. And like that's just it. So that was the Squinty Bridge. And then we had, again, right here is a clock tower. And again, you see what I mean. So we're going into the kind of main downtown area of Glasgow, which has got lots of cool, like, shops and stuff like that. And then randomly, old clock tower, like just there. There's so much of that new with old just kind of mixed around each other. And I was talking to someone about this, and they're like, well, aren't all cities like that? And I'm like, I guess, but it feels to me like most of those cities don't feel like, I don't know how to describe this. Most of those cities don't feel as if, it doesn't feel as if they went, okay, we have this old city and we have to just weave that into the new one. They just like, I don't know, raise it to the ground and then build something on top of it, Whereas this was just sort of like, boom, like clock tower in the middle of this. Oh, really? That's cool, Triffin. Yeah, I didn't have a chance to see it. I was too busy doing my own panels and like running from place to place there. But so that was cool. There was a lot of that kind of thing, new architecture and old architecture, and I loved that. I thought that was super cool. Okay, had to take a picture of this. Everything about this is right. Okay. So it's Glasgow's independent radical bookshop. Now, remember I told you that everyone was like, F the Tories, right? Please note. Oh, shoot. I have to get it there. Yeah, all right. There we go. Here's the sign in the window. Firefighters, university workers, communication staff, key workers, teachers, hospital staff, events workers, transport staff, office workers, railway workers, IT workers, emergency workers, street cleaners. And if you read that downwards, it's F the Tories. And they had everything else down there. They've got your Israel live streaming genocide into your home. So we have that going on. We've got the We Are All Witches. We've got another F the Tories shirt, Free Palestine. What does Israel fear from Palestine? Like this whole thing was like, and then my other favorite part. Let's see if I can get that there. I am here. Oh, please, please, please. Okay. I am here as the accuser. I'm going to have to zoom it out. It says, I am here as the accuser of capitalism dripping with blood from head to foot. Like, I was like, that is, if you wanted to know, if it didn't say independent radical bookstore, you'd look at this and go, independent radical bookstore. I've seen one of these in Seattle that's like this too, which is very clear what it is just from the outside of the bookstore. And they have obviously these in New York too. But I just thought that was really funny. I looked at them like, yep, I know where their political stance is. It was very, very cool. Okay, now we went to the famous Baris Market. Now, this thing is very cool. If anyone has ever been, I know that Drew's going to know this reference. If you've been to Quincy Market, Quincy Market is basically a building that you can go inside of, and there are these foodstuffs and shops that you kind of walk down the middle of it. If you've been to Pike Place Market, it's similar to that as well. Actually, this reminded me quite a bit. There were a couple of markets we went to that reminded me of Pike Place Market. But this one had all of these old, like, clothing and uniforms and antiques and outfits. And then there was some new stuff as well that was mixed in there. Some of it was kind of just like junk shoppy, honestly, but there was some other stuff that was pretty cool there also. And I just remember where I got this hat. Okay, good. I had almost forgotten, but I did get this hat somewhere. It wasn't here though. So we went there when you have famous in the name. Exactly. So we went into this market, and I will talk more about this a little bit later on because there was some cool stuff that we found in there. Also, some very cool shots. I actually am fairly happy with that shot. Some very cool shots as well. Art museums, and this. Now, this was interesting. There were a lot of these statues that were around the cap around Glasgow. And there were all these orange traffic cones on them. And what we ended up hearing later on was that this was a reference basically to anyone that was involved in enslavement or colonialism. People as a protest went around and basically put orange traffic cones on those statues, which I thought was very interesting because every time you saw one, you were like, oh, okay, so that's what that was, all over the place. I love little alleyways like this. Obviously, if any of you have read Gray Shade, you will know what I'm all about when it comes to alleyways. Sign me up. Thank you, Triffid. Sign me up for alleyways, man. I love those things. Faneuil Hall, yes, and I've seen that stand-up comedy place. Yes. That was actually the first place that I heard Tall Heights play, which is the band that has played for ArvCon since, and which got to be very big and signed with Sony, and they have a new album out now called Autumn. I think it's called Autumn, which is very cool. Actually, I think it's kind of a return to their better stuff, to be honest. So I really like it. And they ended up playing at my house even and stuff too. So that was Faneuil Hall. But I love this alleyway stuff that we get a lot of in Glasgow and elsewhere. And I love this too. This is where we went to, I believe, the Willow Tea Room. And there was a lot of this thing, open pedestrian areas. A lot of modern stores here too. So there was a lot of modern things, and they had like, Hugo Boss stores, and they had Five Guys. I mean, they definitely had some like chains that you would recognize if you're from the States. But they also had like quaint stores too. My son in all his glory. My son was definitely a big hit with my friends and people who met him there because he was Mr. Energy Guy. That's what he's always been. He's super Mr. Energy Guy. And he was having a good time with all of us also. And there was a lot of walking. He was a trooper through all of this. So, okay. This I took a picture of because, had to do that, right? It's bigger on the inside, clearly. So I had to do that. And then there were just some things that I just thought were very cool in general. This one I took for two reasons. Number one, Wilson Street. Listen, my family, which is well known in Scotland for being able to survive ambushes. That's basically what my clan was. The Wilson clan's job was to continually get ambushed and survive them. So we were not very good, apparently, at picking the right people to trust, but we were super good at surviving ambushes. So like they were doing that. And Wilson Street, that this is the street that we provided. So we figured we would give this one to Glasgow. So it was nice to see my street. That's one reason that we were there. But the other reason was, I love that. The House of Gods. How awesome is that? The House of Gods at Wilson Street. So I just, Wilson Street, House of Gods. I report, you decide, Yeah, Stalio. And the place definitely feels, as it should, very European. Another clock tower, which I thought was really cool. A lot of clocks there. And as you can see, an Italian statue. This, I believe, was above what used to be a guild house in Glasgow, I believe is what they said. But again, I'm sorry I'm not giving more tour-ish details, but I was really just trying to capture a lot of stuff and also enjoy myself too and not just do that. Thomas Graham, again, I love these statues. There were lots and lots of these that just gave it this feel of a lived-in, vibrant, historic city. This was one side of one of the big town squares there. I believe that is City Hall, that you can see. And then I thought the detail on this was wild. Like, you know, I mean, it almost looks almost too confusing. Like there's just so much going on up here. But there was a lot of that. That is not a two-dimensional picture. That's straight up 3D up there. So. And then this I thought was interesting. Total of His Majesty's forces engaged at home and abroad, 8,654,465 of this number. The city of Glasgow raised over 200,000, and raised those in 1924. Unveiled on Saturday, 31st May 1924 by the Field Marshal Earl Haig of Bemerside, Commander-in-Chief of the Expeditionary Forces in France and Flanders. And if you look at that date, you'll see 1915 to 19, so we're talking World War I there. So, and there were several references. In fact, I would argue, I thought I saw even more references to World War I than World War II, which is interesting. There were also a lot of areas, too, especially in London, that were, as you might expect, they had been bombed out, and so they were all replaced and new. But there's still a few places where you can still see scorch marks from where the bomb attacks from Hitler came. But a lot of World War I stuff, I thought. And again, there's the City Hall there, and that again. To the immortal, I don't remember what that says, of the officers in west of Glasgow and fell in the Great War. This memorial is dedicated in proud and grateful recognition by the city of Glasgow. Their name liveth forevermore. And here's the thing. It was called the Great War because no one expected there was going to be a second, right? So World War I and World War II, it wasn't called World War I. It was called the Great War because they thought that was going to be it. And sadly, that was not the case. Okay, and I'm not sure. Oh, because I loved this. So this is an example. Older construction in front, right? And then back here, people make Glasgow. On this very modernish, almost like almost Eastern European, I would say, like 60s Eastern European looking building. People make Glasgow. I thought that was interesting. All right, now here are the Willow Tea Rooms. Now, my wife's job here was to find and get high tea in every city, and I think she ended up doing it. We did it here in Glasgow and in Oxford. I don't know that we got high tea in London, but we did get tea in London. This was considered one of the best tea shops in Glasgow. And that is what the upper area looked like. We ate in the floor below this, but this is basically what it looked like upstairs. They called this the Chinese tea room. And then there's just some cool stuff. So I don't think I took any pictures of the tea, but it was very, very good. Again, now that interestingly, the tea, there are two things. The scones weren't quite as good here as they were that first day, the breakfast that I showed you, but also the tea was not quite as good as we got later. Later on, some of the tea that we got, somewhat in Oxford and definitely in London, was like very nice. Like I was reminded again of the fact that I really do like tea. And I do drink iced coffee, but I love tea. So this was back outside that again, looking down one of those pedestrian streets that I mentioned. This is also coming to the end, I think, of the Glasgow area. Pretty close. Okay, now, I'm showing you this because I don't remember what this was. What was this? I think I maybe just took I think I just took a picture of it because I liked the inner decoration of all of these like window shutters here. I think was all I took a picture there. Okay, now I'm showing you a picture of this because I'm a Lipton man myself. I thought this was super cool. The guy that I met here was this older gentleman who was running, this is that inner market that I told you, that interior market that had bunches of stores and shops, again, very much like Pike Place Market if you've been there. But it was very cool, and he had all these soccer jerseys. Now, many of you will know that I have worn, I sort of semi-collect soccer jerseys. I wear a lot of them from different places in the world. And so I ended up getting this one, partially because I had no idea what it was at first. And that's this one. Now, as they say, a no prize, to quote Stan Lee, to anyone who can tell me what this is from. What jersey is this? And I'll give you a hint. It's a national jersey. What jersey is that? Anyone know or care to take a guess what this jersey is? No, it's not a plain one, no. This is actually an official. I mean, it wasn't worn in a game, but this is like for official use. Nobody knows? I didn't know either, by the way. But there is a little bit of a hint if you look at the logo. If you look at that logo, that's a clue. If you know anything about national flags in particular. Any guesses? Going once, going twice. Not a bad one, not a bad guess. This is the away Argentinian, a fiery afternoon. Yeah, that's a good one. No, this is Argentina away. So this is the jersey that Argentina wears when it's playing away games, like away friendlies in other countries and things like that. That's the Argentina away jersey. And I thought it really looked cool. And also because I hadn't been able to figure it out, I'm like, okay. So I got this jersey, which was cool. I wanted to get a jersey when I was over there. And while I was there, so we had lots of jerseys from all over, but he especially had a ton of green and white striped jerseys. And I was like, he had like a whole rack of those. And I'm like, why? And the reason is because he was a Celtic fan. So there are two major soccer teams in Glasgow. There are the Glasgow Rangers, which were there first, and there are the Glasgow Celtic. And as you can imagine, there is a religious component to this. The Celtic team was the team that basically was created because there were a number of poor Catholics and people like the poor just in general that were not able to, they weren't able to get enough food. So they basically created a soccer team to raise money and morale and so on. And so this was literally a team that was composed originally of the poor. And so this guy was very passionately a Celtic fan, and was talking to me about how amazing it was. And I was kind of like, as a Boston Celtics fan, I can get behind this. But he was talking about that and about what the team colors were and about how his son ran a shop and I should go over and check it out. And he was a very nice guy. He was also very liberal. He's like, oh, I'm a Corbynista. He's like, I'm a Corbynista. That's me. But, and it was great. He was a very nice guy and it was fun. So if you're ever in the area, or you could shop online at the glasgowcelticwear.co.uk, please tell them I sent you. So that was cool. I enjoy those kind of meetings. I actually learned that from my father, who was very good at connecting with anybody in any situation, where he just like always found people interesting regardless. And I learned that from him because it's true. There are so many fascinating stories out there to listen to and to hear and to connect with on a human level with people. So that was cool. All right. That was the outside of this. Oh, and I think I took a picture of this because I love that sign. Try praying. It's like, okay. That was a rainy day on the day that I believe we were leaving Glasgow. That was the other sort of other side of that church that I showed you. That was the right side. That's the left side. Okay, I took a picture of this only because I honestly couldn't believe this. So, and this wasn't just here. It was all throughout the UK. The bathrooms, when you had a shower or a tub, they didn't have shower curtains and they didn't have a full door. They had this random thing, which was basically like a half cover. So it was designed to keep water from spraying on the ground. Did not do that. The Premier Suites was not, I don't know exactly what they were premiere. Maybe they were premiering something. They were not premiere. not the most premier place I could imagine staying. So the guy was like the one guy who came by, the maintenance dude, was like, "Oh yeah, this doesn't have the strip you need. All right, I'll be back and get the strip for you." And then he did. He brought back a strip, which didn't really do anything. Also, the safe in our room wasn't working. He's like, "I'm gonna get batteries for that." He didn't. So it was I don't know. We were only there for about 4 days, I want to say. But we did find one super cool thing there, which was the washer dryer combo that my wife fell in love with because it was in the kitchen. She was like, "Oh my God, this is so great. There's like the clothes get dirty and I just throw them in for the day. And it's one cycle. I don't have to like take it out and put it in anything. No one has to take it out. It doesn't get mildewy. It just dries on its own. And then you take it out and you wear it." She was very enamored of it. She's like, "We should get one of these instead of the," I was like, "Yeah, but they don't really hold a lot of clothes necessarily, but yeah, washer dryer combo, and then this random ass shower door." I was like, I love the UK. I think they need to rethink this door thing, this shower door thing. Anyway, that is the station going from Glasgow down to Oxford. And that is the train that we took to get there. Now, I have to say about these trains, it looks cool and it rides cooler. Like the train from Glasgow to Oxford was really cool. It was super fast and quiet and comfortable and there were some nice friendly people aboard and it was super great. Figuring out how to get tickets or get on the train, a very different matter. I mentioned on Monday when I was talking about this, or Tuesday, whatever it was, I mentioned the fact that I literally had 10 apps that I had to download and install on my phone while I was in the UK for about 16, 17 days. 10 apps, because every one of these places had their own app that they wanted you to use. And in the railway system, you had like ScotRail, because ScotRail has it nationalized, but it's not really nationalized because they actually have a bunch of private railway companies that service it. So this one was, I think it was called Avanti. Yes, it was called Avanti. That was one of the companies, but there was also further elsewhere in the UK, there's the Great Western Railway. There's all of these random ass, like, especially because the apps suck, by the way, Trivet, but there are all these random ass railway companies. And the thing is that the railway companies often sell tickets to the same trip, the same ride. And so once they don't make you double dip. Like once you sign it, allegedly it's not going to be available in the other app. But it meant it was really confusing because my wife and I would both be looking at our phones and I'd be like, "Well, but I see like the date that we're leaving is this date or whatever." And she'd be like, "Well, yeah, but and the time's this, but it's this train." I'm like, "Well, but mine says it's this other company's train." It was really confusing. And then when you get on there, all of the seats have these lights above them that indicate whether they are reserved or not. Now, we didn't know from Adam the first time. Nobody told us this. We just got tickets. We didn't know that you had to actually physically reserve a seat. So when we got on there, our seats were not reserved. And I was like, "Oh, crap. Like, what does that mean?" But then a lot of people just didn't get on the train. So we were just able to stay at the cool, like awesome seats that we had for the entire trip because no one got on. And the people who were who were with us, a nice family that was going down to London or going down to the UK, to England. They were just like, "Oh yeah, sometimes that happens, and no big deal. You just get to be in the thing, and that's totally fine." Oh hey, what's up? Sorry, what's up, Marion? That shortbread ain't eaten by any Scots millionaires. I'm so sorry I missed this. Oh man, I've got to get better at seeing both apps. At seeing both chats. I apologize, Marion. If you look at this later on, I apologize that I didn't see you talking on YouTube. My bad. I would have responded. But 3 a.m. in Scotland, you got to work in the morning. Sleep well. That shortbread ain't eaten by any Scots millionaires. You got that right. Hey, Tim Coolish. Good to see you. So anyway, so that was very confusing because I was worried we were going to get kicked out of our seats, but we weren't. And then when we went from Oxford to London, we did reserve seats, but then there was a train that because of some technical issue, ended up getting canceled, which meant that when we got on our train, reserved seats no longer counted. So we just I just had to stand for an hour because it was, they need to work on, everyone admitted that the actual booking the train thing needs work, but the train himself was awesome. I mean, don't get me wrong. Getting on it was another matter. I tried to take some pictures as we went through the Scottish and then the the English countryside. It was cool, but it was rapid. A lot of green, a lot of fields, a lot of overcast skies, a lot of sheep. A lot of sheep, a lot of goats, but it was beautiful, beautiful country and so quiet and clean and fast. And oh man, it was so nice. Felt like I was going through Midgar or Midgard. And then the train station itself, when we weren't quite there yet. We were stopped at a couple places, and then that leading on to this. So that brings us to Oxford. So this is my daughter, and that store that you're looking at is a store where I got this hat. It is a really awesome wool cap that I got in Oxford. It's brown and I liked it. I didn't have a dark brown cap that I really liked. So this is good for this. The only problem with this, and you can see a few like bits of this on here, this thing attracts dust and cat hair like nobody's business. Most of my other hats don't do that. So the other day when I was on stream with this, I was kind of embarrassed. I'm like, trying to brush off all the lint and stuff. And so I went with like a tape thing and like used tape to get it off. I need to get like a lint roller. But oh my God, so much hair that it attracts. But I really love that. Yeah, no kidding, Stalio, right? But so the thing about this was there are a lot of cool stuff there. My daughter did not end up getting that jacket. But what I thought was really funny about this was the guy who was running it was like, I have been here for 25 years, and you need to know that he's like, I understand the business. These are the choices that you have made, and that is fine. That these are the choices that you have made. But also, I have the choices that I have made. If you come back, I have choices that I would make for you of clothing, of shoes, of hats, of coats. Based upon my 25 years of experience, I can give you these things. Like, he was very friendly, but a little bit of it was sort of like, he was like, he was kind of like, oh, my choices. You come back and I will give you the benefit of my choice. I'm like, okay, my guy. I'm like, I mean, you know, he had a good stock. He was a friendly dude, whatever. The stuff wasn't overly like wildly expensive or anything, but he was just like, okay, my choices. So we made big jokes about my choices, my choices. Okay, Oxford. Now, I've talked about this before. I 100% fell in love with Oxford. Everything that I said I liked about Glasgow, the old and the new and all that stuff, Glasgow was mostly older, although there was a lot of new. There was, well, the interiors were new, but the outside of these things were older. But I loved Oxford. I loved the vibe of it. Everywhere you go, there's just like, and you'll see examples of this, like an alleyway off to the side, and you're like, oh, and then like there's a tower over there, and there's like a gargoyle and a church spire and a random corner that you turn, and suddenly there's like a 500-year-old pub that C.S. Lewis and J.R.R. Tolkien drank at because they drank at like every pub within a 30-mile radius of Oxford. And it's a college town, which I obviously love. So many students. There were tourists, but it never felt like even the tourists were overloaded in some way. I just loved it. There's 2 soccer teams in Oxford. This was one of those ones that I was like, if I were ever independently wealthy, retiring to Oxford, I could see it. I could see it. Like, it just, the vibe of it was, my wife and I both were like, this place is awesome. Like, I really, really loved Oxford so much. This was one of the places that we ate there, and that's actually, it's a, you can see us looking at a mirror. My beautiful family, Mrs. Arv, and that's Minnie Arv, and that's Little Arv, and of course, yours truly. As we had some high tea, which was good, but not as good as what we had back in the Willow Tea Room, but still. And that's where and then there was that was where we ate at the Grand Cafe, which had been around since 1650. And in some capacity or another. That was just a thing. 500-year-old cafes, 400-year-old cafes, they're just around every corner. This is an old place on one of the school buildings. So the interesting thing, 1650. Interesting thing about Oxford is that it is a university, but it is, of course, like all universities, composed of colleges. And all of the colleges, some of them weren't even affiliated with Oxford at first. They just were in the general vicinity of Oxford and then eventually were swallowed up by Oxford. So there are all these different places, Magdalen College and St. Mary's College and all these different colleges that sort of come together to make Oxford University. So one of the buildings had just this random slot that you would do your exam, and then if you're a student, put the exam through that slot on the way there. It was super cool. I think I took a picture of this because I loved the Kafka quote. Life's splendor forever lies in wait about each one of us in all its fullness, but veiled from view, deep down, invisible, far off. It is there, though, not hostile, not reluctant, not dead. Not deaf. If you summon it by the right word, by its right name, it will come. I thought that was a really lovely phrase from Kafka, who's not exactly known for his optimism, but I thought that was super cool. Okay. One of a million buildings like this that just are beautiful architecturally inside and out. And I actually like that shot because I was proud of that shot. The sun above, the building, and the shadows below, I thought made a very cool, like kind of compositional shot. And I just got lucky because I was walking in a place where there weren't a lot of other cars in the street. I mean, there was that truck there, unfortunately, but I thought it was really, I don't know, there was something about it that really struck me about the light. Also, we got very lucky. There was very good weather most of the time during our UK trip. Like it was not too hot. That's another thing I loved about it. Oh man, sign me up for like high 60s, low 70s temperatures most of the time. As Emily will attest, in the hotel rooms and things like that, it could often be overheated because these people do not believe in air conditioners. Some of them do, but not many. But part of that is that it's so comfortable outside for much of the time. So, yeah, we'll block out the truck on our minds. Exactly. Okay, and there's the outside of that Grand Cafe that I mentioned, which has been around since the 1650s. You see high tea served all day, and there you go. The first coffee house in England, which started in the year 1650. I know. Exactly. You're all lying, and it was beautiful weather. So many wonderful little details and deadline and details here. I loved that the eagle decorations there, just at the top of the door, and there's stuff like this everywhere in Oxford. Everywhere you turn, there are little details like this. This is one of the ones. I don't know if I got this. Yeah, like you're just walking along, and then you look, and there's just a random passageway that you can walk into. Which is the other thing. A lot of these passageways, your London room was an oven. No, I know you told me that it was super hot, but it was warm in our place too. Unless you open the windows. If you open the windows, you didn't have, I think you said, as good airflow. We got lucky that we had a room that you could actually get airflow in, but like you could walk into all of these passageways. Like there were so many of these passageways that were open to you could just walk into. So it wasn't like, oh, here's a cool thing, but it's gated. There were buildings that were gated and kept off from us, but there were so many things you could just take a right and you were suddenly there. And yes, there's the Pride bus. There was a lot of this stuff too. Driven by the Oxford Bus Company, bringing color across the city, it said. There we go. Bringing color across the city. But I loved that passageway stuff was really good. I also thought that this was surprisingly direct, like danger of death. I love not only the danger of death, but also the sign, which is just this guy getting zapped by a ridiculous, enormous electrical ball, like danger of death. Like, all right, there you go. Danger of death. Again, everywhere you look, there are ancient walls. Oh, you did the same picture. I thought it was so funny. Ancient walls and like buildings that are just out of nowhere, schools. And then some of this stuff too, as you can see, the college is closed to visitors. This was inside one of the colleges. I don't remember which one this was. This might have been Merton. I don't remember which of the colleges this was, but just beautiful. And there were a lot of these quads inside as well. That I liked. Yeah, exactly. Extra vowels. And again, and I took this picture for a reason. So here's the inside, all the sort of nice, organized, right? I took that picture because, oh yeah, there's a spire there. Like you just look over the roof and there's another building. It just so wild to me. This building, which I think was known as the Camera, I believe, which also has books inside it, as you might expect. I thought was cool. And we eventually went up. I think it was a little bit later that we went up here. Yeah, so this was inside St. Mary's Church, which first of all was cool because there were some, Oxford celebrities, if you will, that were buried here. But also because, and they had a beautiful organ, which was really neat. Oxford is also surprising. I found this out because, according to the tour guide that we had, Oxford was one of the greatest concentrations of organs in Europe. And so Oxford and Cambridge, which have rivalries about everything, our tour guide, who was a student at Oxford, told us that basically everything that Cambridge does is trying to be what Oxford was first, right? So there is this friendly rivalry between the two of them. I don't know how friendly it was, but anyway. But this is the one thing where if you're a music student, you can be simultaneously enrolled in Oxford and Cambridge. Why? Because they have a lot of churches, they need a lot of church services, they need a lot of organists, and organists need places to play. You can't just do it on an electric piano. If you want an organ, you got to be playing in a place that has an organ. And this one was an example of one of many organs throughout the city. So it's a city of organs, if you will. By the way, the nickname of Oxford, the official name, is the City of Dreaming Spires, which I thought was super cool and very appropriate. Okay, now, St. Mary's. This is on the way up to the clock that's at the top of St. Mary's, 120 some odd steps. And you can see all the different colleges you can see from here. Merton College, Magdalen College, All Souls College. There's also a Hosfield, Brasenose College, Nuffield College, something like 30 different colleges. And also there are mosques, there are theaters, all that kind of thing. And this is from the top of St. Mary's. So you pay to walk up these 120 some odd steps. And at the very end of it, it's super narrow. Like it's a narrow spiral staircase to get up the rest of the way. And then you look out on this. It was absolutely beautiful looking out. There's the camera again, which you can see, but this time from above it. And then to the left-hand side, more buildings, as you can see, of colleges and universities. Again, another spire in the background there. And then looking down, and one of the reasons I took this picture is not just because of that, gargoyles. There are gargoyles everywhere in Oxford. Everywhere. I like Hunchback of Notre Dame has got nothing on this. Like everywhere you look are gargoyles and statues and little decorations. Like here you have, oh God, that's not St. John the Baptist. I don't remember who that is, but then also gargoyle up here, right? Another example. This was a door that led into the, so you go up to the top and then you walk around the outside of St. Mary's. You can get a really good 360 view of basically of Oxford. And again, as you can see, it was a beautiful day to do this. I mean, it's a gorgeous, beautiful day. So, but here, a lot of people had written graffiti, I guess had like traveled here and they all wrote there. The thing is that place is not, it's not open at night and it's not exposed and it's way up in the air. So I guess people just walked by as they were writing them, or it was students who did it and now they've stopped it. But anyway, that was striking to me. But again, the top of the other side, looking out at more churches in Oxford. And I love that picture. This reminded me as well of cathedrals, model cathedrals that I worked on when I was a kid. I did this, my pièce de résistance was the Chartres Cathedral, which I did. And that was, let me tell you, a paper model of Chartres Cathedral where you have to use an X-Acto knife to cut out each element. Like, you want to talk about mindfulness? Oh my goodness. Like, that was mindfulness in spades. And so this reminded me of that. All the little spires. There's some flying buttresses as well, although you can't see those here. But yeah, so that was super cool. And then again, another spot that we're looking at here over at Oxford. Oh, I just realized, why am I... Well... I just realized I shouldn't be looking. I should be looking here. That makes more sense. Okay. Yes. And then again, another spire, just spires and towers everywhere. Even here, like, so buildings with a bunch of like spires, towers. Some of these are colleges. There's a hospital as well. And another church over here. Like, just everywhere you look, it's this thing. We don't use the word buttress enough. I agree, Stelia. We need more buttresses here. And again, more writing. Now, this stuff was written here apparently in 1764. So there were also people that were carving in things here, even in the 1700s and the 1800s. It was something. And that, I just thought that was a beautiful shot. This right here is how I felt about Oxford the whole time. Like, this captures it. Beautiful day, blue sky, just a bit of cloud, beautiful buildings, sun, pleasant weather. Just, it was, like this encapsulated how I felt. Oh, thank you, Emily. Thank you. This encapsulated how I felt about it. And again, gargoyle, just everywhere there were gargoyles. I just thought that was super cool. And there's some guy, I wanted to be like, hey, check me out. I was very nervous as I was doing this. Spire Seeker. Yeah, that's right. That's right. I was doing the whole like selfie thing, and I have like one of those cases on my cell phone that has a little ring in the back, and I had my finger like I had two fingers through the ring because I did not want the thing to fall off, because I'll tell you right now, if my phone fell from this height, bye phone. It's not going to survive. So I was very much, but I wanted to get a couple of shots to prove that I was there, and indeed I was. And also there with my lovely, awesome family of Mrs. Arv and Little Arv and Mini Arv and me. So that was cool. And again, gargoyle. And that was just for height. I just wanted to show you, like, we're looking down at ourselves doing that. And it was, by the way, that guy who was right there, it was very narrow. Like, they had a couple of spots where literally you had to, like, push back like Homer Simpson into the bush style so that they could get past you. It was very narrow. And it was also narrow going up and down that staircase, as I mentioned. So there are a couple spots where people would have to literally like go into the side so that other people could go down. They only let a certain number of people up in the tower at a time is how they managed that. And you had to like wait in line, but it wasn't a very long line for us to get up there. But yeah, it was super cool. St. Mary's. That was my also Mini Arv Little Arv rather had gotten the Oxford shirt, the Oxford hat, I should say. So, and again, gargoyles. There you go. Look at that. Look at how freaking narrow that staircase is. There is a railing that you can see here, but like it's like it was. Oh my God, that was as narrow as it gets. It was like. You definitely needed to be physically fit enough to manage the climb up and the climb down. And if you were claustrophobic, probably not the place for you. It was definitely worth. I love spiral staircases, but that was very tight. Yeah, my vertigo. Exactly. And again, gargoyles. Gargoyles. Does whatever a gargoyle does. More gargoyles. Just everywhere. Hey, what do I see up there? Oh, yeah, it's gargoyles. Gargoyles. So many gargoyles. Actually, that's kind of a fun shot, actually. Okay. And there you go. And as it says there, the University Church of St. Mary the Virgin has been the official church of the University of Oxford since the 1200s. It's a working church. Like, they still have services all the time. Yay, gargoyles. And that was just to sort of show the height that, we had climbed. It was great. And that was from a distance. So we were right there. That was the spot above the clock. That was the ledge that you walked around to see everything. Super cool. I don't know why I showed both of those, but I did. Okay, now this led into, this one I'm going to come back to because we do more with this later. This is called the Bridge of Sighs. And what we found out from the tour guide is that this connects two buildings, and it is a waste of time because to construct it, they constructed it after both buildings were already there, and not to damage anything, they had to basically make it so that you go up a bunch of staircases and down a bunch of small staircases just to get to this bridge and walk over it, when if you walked outside, you could literally be over to the other building in like 30 seconds. And the only reason that they basically think the Bridge of Sighs exists is because Cambridge had a Bridge of Sighs and Oxford was not going to let Cambridge have anything that was only theirs. So that's basically what that was. What's up, Shadowed? Shadowed, you missed the heights thing that I was talking about. I can't wait to show you Jusant as well. How you doing, Shadow? Good to see you, man. We're doing some show and tell here. Okay. Again, just more, I don't remember even what this building was. It was another one of the colleges, I believe. And that too, but we got more of this. That was the library, more about that and that library soon. With just decorations everywhere and like super cool. But yeah, exactly, Stalio, exactly. Okay. So, and then this was Oxford proper, where you could just look and see these things. These were philosophers. I believe one of these is Socrates, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe one is Plato. Oh, no, I'm sorry that you burnt the roof of your mouth, and I hope that the ice cream cools it down. Sorry to hear that, man. But you have different philosophers here that this was supposed to reflect the learning of. And then this. Now, if any of you are familiar with any of the Harry Potter films, you're going to see stuff here because a lot of the Harry Potter film Hogwarts stuff was filmed here in Oxford. A lot of the infirmary scenes were filmed in Oxford. Other places were filmed here at a couple of places. But they only did some of it in those first two movies because the later movies, Oxford only allowed them to film there for like 2 or 3 weeks out of the year. And the Harry Potter films had to finish fast enough before basically all of their actors aged out of the roles. And so they didn't have time. So they ended up building a sound stage elsewhere in England, and they did a lot of those scenes in the later movies there. But a lot of the early ones happened in Oxford. Okay, now this place was awesome. Blackwell's Booksellers. But this, as you can see, is manga, graphic novels, and science fiction. This was just a fantasy and science fiction thing. And so I got to see some people there. For example, our friend Bradley P. Bollier from Shire Adventures and Wilderland Adventures, or Adventures in Middle-earth fame. This was the Dragons of Deepwood Fen. It was very cool to see that. We also saw Valerie Valdez, our friend Valerie, who has been with us, of course, in various Speculate shows and things like that. I also happen to know Cat Valenti just, by acquaintance, basically. And that's Jack Vance over there. But this was Valerie, so that was super cool to see some of Valerie's work. I tried to tweet these out too. If anybody, by the way, I know that Emily does this with the publisher as well. If anyone sees my books in the wild, if anyone sees any author's books in the wild, like in a bookstore randomly, they love when you take pictures of it and show and like tweet it out. Oh my God, we love that. So if you ever happen to see my book, which apparently has been read, my book was read a little bit by Tari Tunes, under the sea, taking the Eurostar train from England back over to eventually the Netherlands. And so, yeah, that was very cool. She mentioned that on Tuesday. Thank you, Tim Coolish. It's just, yeah, it's kind of a cool thing if you can do it. Yeah, I know. It's too bad. Oh, well. Premi Mohammed also has been on this channel several times, and again, as part of, has done Speculate stuff as well, and previously as stuff as part of Valorword with there too. Premi Mohammed, The Siege of Burning Grass. Daw Books liked this too. Exterminate. I think there's nothing else to be said. Oh, nice, Stelio. And if you don't find them, yes, I was just about to say that. I was just about to say what Emily's saying. Yes, if you don't find them, it's always a good thing to ask them to carry it. If they're like, hey, books that you could carry that I would love to see and all of my friends and family would be the Grey Assassin trilogy, or, would be Just Chad by E.D.E. Bell, or of course Night Ivy, or any of these, Stormtree. So that would be lovely. So, but anyway, this Dalek was there. That's how you knew it was a legit science fiction bookstore. Also, I thought that was great. That was the sign outside the bookstore. And when I was there, I got this incredible Middle-earth book that I showed people last time, which was this beautifully decorated Middle-earth book that had a lot to do about the history of Middle-earth, about Tolkien's inspirations for it, which I knew a lot of it, but not all of it. And some of that will be good for me because I'm going back to school next week. I'll be teaching Lord of the Rings again. And so it was nice to kind of build that up. And also, it just looked like a beautiful book. So I got that here. I would love getting the chance to have my books in some bookstores like this would be pretty sweet. Oxford, and I noted this in particular because Paddington. When I was a kid, I had not one but two Paddingtons. I had Paddington and Cousin Paddington because I had left Paddington at a hotel, or so I thought. And then this woman, we found out later on, it was the housekeeper. She put the Paddington in this box with air holes in it and mailed it to us. We were like, she must have kids or love kids, because it was so cool for me to open it up and be like, here's Paddington. But I had already gotten Cousin Paddington in the meantime, so I then had two Paddingtons. So, oh, nice. Yeah, how did you feel about Rings of Power, the second season, Stalio, that first episode? Yeah, thanks, Tim Kush. I appreciate that. So, there it was. Blackwell's Booksellers. Highly recommend. Very cool. Manga and science fiction. Very cool. And fantasy, which is not just science fiction, but that's a pet peeve of mine. Okay. So, yeah, that's true. They are. That's true. Seattle and then Los Angeles. Okay, so then we had another, I don't remember what that building was. Oh, yes, Jesus College in Oxford, founded in 1571 by Hugh Price, a Welsh lawyer. And Queen Elizabeth I appointed herself its foundress, and Jesus became the first and only Oxford college established during the monarch's reign. So, Elizabeth I itself. Okay, this is inside another one of those markets, which had some very cool things, including the covered market, which has been around for a long time, since 1774 specifically. Let's see if I can get there. 1774 to 2024. And had some delicious gelato in here. Super good. Yeah, exactly. Get to one. Exactly. The covered market, established 1774, 50 quality independent retailers. Apparently, this was originally supposed to be just food that would feed the people of Oxford, and then it had a bunch of other stuff there, and people just did that instead. Like they changed it to, there is some food and restaurants there, but there's really not a lot of wholesalers now. Now it's mostly just like shops and retail and stuff like that. More Oxford. You can tell I love this place. A lot of double-decker buses, of course. I thought this was a funny name for dessert cafe, the Endorphins Dessert Cafe. I was like, they have a lot of dessert cafes also in the UK. Highly approve. All right, now this one, of course, is going to lead to something that was obviously very meaningful to me. J.R.R. Tolkien. This was when we went to the graveyard where Tolkien's grave was. He and his wife. This was important to me that we made it, and it was the Wolvercote Cemetery is where he is buried, in the north of Oxford. And they have signs leading you there, but they also have this, and I thought this was interesting. I did not know this, but that picture you see there, this is Sir Roger Bannister. And Sir Roger Bannister is the first human being to break the 4-minute mile. He did it in Oxford in 1954. He was the first human to run a mile in less than 4 minutes. And I knew about Roger Bannister, but I had no idea that and he was also a neurologist. I had no idea, though, that he was, I did not realize that he was buried here in the same cemetery. So you're walking along, getting ready for Tolkien, and it's like, other famous dude. I'm like, oh, okay, that's pretty awesome. So anyway, and there, of course, the great man's grave itself. There we are. You can see that is the grave of John Ronald Reuel Tolkien and Edith Mary Tolkien, and you can see there the name Luthien and Beren. Tolkien in The Lord of the Rings tells the story, also in the Silmarillion, of Luthien, who was an elvish immortal, and Beren, who is a mortal man, how they fall in love with each other, even though it's somewhat doomed because he's mortal and she's not, but how she gives up her immortality so that she can be with him. Tolkien always said that Edith was his Luthien, basically. And so they had themselves not only buried, but Luthien and Beren right there. This was, as you might expect, extremely special to me. Tolkien passed away in 1973 before I turned a year old. So I shared the planet with him for a little less than a year. And that was super, super important. I figured you would like this one, Dragon. I felt very honored that I was able to be here for this. I know. I'm aware that I'm lucky. I mean, it took me 51 years to get here, but I am aware that I'm lucky to do it. It felt it was very moving, and it wasn't just sad. It was just very powerful because this person really kind of made me into a reader in a way. My father read me The Hobbit when I was young, became my favorite book. The Lord of the Rings, obviously my favorite series. I've now taught it. Had a huge effect on my development as an author. Essentially created 20th century Western fantasy by himself, more or less. He and C.S. Lewis from the Inklings. It was just, and it's in this beautiful, it's not a huge cemetery, but it was beautiful. And so that was very moving. And you can see people left a bunch of stuff like, the Lorien leaf and other things like that. My son left something to the effect of, my daughter left a drawing. My son left something like, "You were great and I love your writing," or something like that. But it was just very moving, very powerful. And I felt you just, I won't get into it one way or the other. I don't want to, religiously offend anyone or not. You feel the presence of things, I guess I would say. You feel the ghosts there. And that was very special to me. So, and I tweeted about it also. It's very funny, Dragon. So yeah. That was 5 Mile Drive that was leading to this place. And that was looking back at my family as we went to this park. And again, another one of these playgrounds. I really liked these. There was some cool, like, kind of hip, interesting, fun playgrounds with different stuff that the kids got to play on. This was a sand moat. Like you've heard of a sand box. There's a sand moat. You know what I mean? Well, no, but I mean, it's I don't need to, in a way, Dragon, to know how I feel. I know the feeling that was there. So, oh yeah, Stalio, I can imagine. Yeah, it was very special to me. That was one of the so there were basically I would say three highlights of the trip. The going seeing the grave of Tolkien's grave, going to Shakespeare's Globe, which we'll talk about later, and obviously the D&D event and meeting all my friends associated with that. Those were the three big highlights of this specific trip for me. And so that was super cool. Little splash pad, although it wasn't running at the time. And that is these people are obviously civilized because that's a table tennis table that is built to last, people. That is not going anywhere. That is straight up stone and metal. So, I'm glad, Tim. Yeah, it was really a joy to do. So, okay, now the reason I took a picture of this late I think I may have taken a picture later. That was the bird. So there was the Eagle and Feather. There was the Bird and Blend, I believe it was, which is the pub that Tolkien and Lewis, met with the Inklings in. But it's important to recognize that they went to like every freaking pub. Like every pub in Oxford has something about like, well, Tolkien ate here, and there you go, Stalio, detention. C.S. Lewis ate here. Like they were not joking around. Like they drank everywhere. It was very funny. I love that tower. And then this was from the top of a double-decker bus. And there were lots of these everywhere, not just in Oxford. Oxford again. That was the inside of that market that I showed you. Look at this. Isn't that cool? Like just hanging from the top. The whole place just feels like fantasy school land. Like, I don't know. I really, really love this town. And again, just little alleyways, and like, also I wanted to show you all an English pigeon. There's an English pigeon. Very, very exciting. Oh, they had a great time together. They were. Tolkien really converted Lewis to Christianity, actually, and Lewis and Tolkien were great. Yeah, they were great friends. Yeah. Again, just surprised by towers. Everywhere I turned, there was just like another tower, another spire. And also, there were just stores everywhere. Eden Ravenscroft, established 1689. No big deal. Just a store that's, been running for 340 years, almost. Just there, hanging out. And again, alleyway. You see what I mean? Like you're walking along the street and you turn and suddenly and there's a deep alleyway that leads to other stores. And leads, 335 to be exact. Please no 40. Yeah, it's funny. Are you concerned, Jenna? It just, you can walk in all of these places. You can go down these alleyways. There are some places, as I say, that are gated off, but a lot of them aren't. Also a lot of cycles in this city. Again, Oxford, I just loved it so much. And one of these places here, my son's sitting on the bench, is where I got my kukuri. Yeah, I understand that feeling, although as someone that is 51 myself, going to be turning 52 in a few weeks, you're only as old as you feel, right, Shadow? All right, I'm going to show you this thing that I got. So I got this. I couldn't resist. I'm wearing my swords shirt. I love this thing. So this is a kukri. And it is from the Indian subcontinent. It's a Indian weapon originally. And so they have these little throwing knives. First you just, take out your opponent, you slow them down with these. And then you, with this, do what's next. And, thank you, Dragon. I appreciate it. And the reason, now this is blunt, but I got this because this is like hold on, let me remove this. This is what I based the kukuri on, your spritz of cashew butter. This is the weapon that inspired the Kukuri. Now, the Kukuri is a little bigger than this. It's a little longer. But the thing about this weapon is, number one, very good for parrying weapons and turning them. So weapons come down, turning them. You see this little notch here, right down there. That little notch that can grab a blade and then turn it and twist it. Also, you can throw this thing, and this thing has heft. This thing has weight. So this is obviously, it's a functional weapon if you were to sharpen it. If you sharpen this blade, this thing would be a weapon, all right. But I couldn't resist getting this because it just felt, again, I was in Oxford. I was very inspired by the whole trip anyway. You all know about how Heretic has just come to an end. So very, very cool. I love this thing. So yeah, it joins my 2 other swords, which is probably it. I don't need to get a bunch of swords. I'm going to stop at 3. I got 1 sword when I was like 19 and another sword when I was like 24 and another sword when I'm 51, and I think I'm good. No, I had no problems because I asked them about that, but there was no problem because it was in my checked luggage and because it was blunt. So it was in checked luggage, it was blunt, and therefore there was no problem. It's not explosive, obviously. So, yes, that's exactly right. The exactly Dragon Spear, the Nepalese unit, the Nepalese that use the Burkas who use this, the special, like basically special forces, the Kukri are nasty. You do not want to mess with these people. They are badass in the extreme. So the Gurkha, what did I say? Burka? I meant the Gurkha. Sorry. The Gurkha. They were so, oh my God, badass. Yeah. So anyway, so I got that on this street from a place called, I think Oxford Spires was the name of it. Again, now that was a medieval tower as opposed to the other ones. Don't remember why. Oh yeah, the Saxon Tower of St. Michael. About 1,000 years old. This is what I mean. Oh, no big deal. 1,000-year-old tower. It's just there. And you got to remember, this is in a place where I live in a home that was built in 1803. And so I like to kind of be like, oh yeah, my home is over 220 years old. And then you see this, it's like, or 1,000 years old. Like it's just, oh man. And then this nice pedestrian area here, which is also where we did the tour. That was a Harry Potter tour. Again, I am big issues with J.K. Rowling. Totally agree. I have taught Harry Potter though in the past. This is probably going to be the last time that I teach it. Actually, I've taught it in association with Lord of the Rings because it really helps class enrollment. But obviously there are major problems with J.K. Rowling, who's been very quiet of late, as you can tell. I wonder if she's finally her lawyers have told her to shut up because of things happening. But anyway, but it was, but anyway, so this was a Harry Potter tour, and it was great because there really wasn't very much about Harry Potter. It was really about just getting into buildings in Oxford and learning about the history of Oxford, which was super cool. But also, for those of you who like nonprofits, if you admire Oxfam, this is the first Oxfam. And Cecil Jackson Cole, as you can see there, helped establish the first Oxfam shop and office here in 1947. One thing that I thought was interesting is that there are a lot of these signs that and a lot of these stores that support various causes, like something to support like heart disease research or support cancer research or there was just a bunch of these. It's like, Salvation Army or Goodwill in the United States, but it's like for a lot of very specific causes. There are a bunch of those. And that one of those is Oxfam. So this was the first ever Oxfam right here. And obviously Oxfam has done a lot of good since then. This was our tour guide. And I clearly knew we were in the right hands because of, Thank you, Crit Twitch. Hi, what's up? Thank you for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate it. Thank you, Crit Twitch. Thank you so much. How are you, Crit Twitch? Good to see you. Welcome to Show and Tell. I'm about 2/3 of the way through, I would say. We are going to play a game tonight, but I promised I was going to do some show and tell of pictures. So, you know that this is the right place because we got this going through, right? And he was also an Oxford student who was studying history. He was very knowledgeable and he was entertaining. And he was the one who kept joking about he was a senior going into his last year at Oxford. And he was joking. He was the one who made all the jokes about like Cambridge, which wishes they had this, but they don't because they're not as good as Oxford. It was very funny. So This got us to some of the places. Now, this, Bibliotheca Bodleiana, this is the Bodleian Library. Now, interesting note about the Bodleian Library. One section of the Bodleian Library literally had books that are chained together. We weren't able to get into that section, which was a shame. I could have done it if I tried to put some kind of research thing together, and I thought of trying to lean on, like, I'm a Tolkien professor and like I'm this and that. But like it would have been too much of a stretch. And then it would have been like, oh, and also my family is with me. This is my 8-year-old research assistant. You know, like it was just never going to work. So I wasn't able to do that. But the Bodleian Library is well known in part because it has the books that are chained together. But the reason they're so hypersensitive about it is they had a library with a fair number of books, and paper was extremely expensive at this time. And then Henry VIII comes along, and he wants to marry, he wants to get divorced from his wife so he can marry the next one. And the Pope says no, and Henry says, well, then go to hell, maybe literally. I am going to make my own religion. He creates the Church of England and becomes the head of it himself, and then goes on this basically rampage, taking down anything Catholic that still exists. So he and his army break into Oxford, break into the library, which is world famous at this point, takes out every book that could be conceived of as Catholic, and burns it. Only 3 books of these several hundred there survive that purge, like basically. And they got so hyper freaked out about it that the next time they got books, they chained them together, that still exist to this day in certain sections. You're still not allowed to use any open flame or any food or drink in the library because of the ancient nature of these books. And so before electricity, what you had to do was they built super wide windows to let in as much light as possible because you wouldn't be able to work at night because of this situation. So that was this deal where they filmed the library scenes in Game of Thrones. They did actually film the infirmary scenes for Harry Potter in here too. So, but there was moral philosophy and so on. And this, as you can see, was one of the branches of the Bodleian Library. Now, there's a funny story about this guy. This, I believe, was not the actual guy who basically reinstalled after the library lost all its books. This guy, I don't remember his name. Anyway, he was the one who basically was responsible for building the buildings, doing it with his own personal fortune, and then trying to, the building actually stood vacant for about 8 years before they could get the money together to start filling it with books. But he did most of that on his own. This guy was, I believe, the chancellor, if I'm not mistaken, or a local lord, I don't recall, who was technically in charge of all of that, but didn't really think he cared much about the project. But when it became clear that it was going to be a very prestigious and exciting project, he decided to take the credit for it. And so there's a statue in front of him. But here's the thing. You see this neck collar? So apparently, his statue was unveiled in front of the building, not the guy who gave the money, but this other one, came back the next day, and someone had sawed off the head of the statue, which was lying next to the statue, because I guess they were pretty ticked off. So they reattached it and put this neck collar around it. If you go up close to it, you can still see the seam of where they cut the head off from the statue because someone was pissed off. But here's the thing that got me. This is happening in the middle, in basically the 1500s, I guess, right? Nobody here, and yes, so Nearly Headless Nick is inspired by this. This is what inspired Nearly Headless Nick and Harry Potter. But the thing that got me about this was, like, no one hears this, like using the metal to saw off the head of the thing. Nobody heard it. How long did it take him to do that with a metal hacksaw? No one heard it. I just, or maybe they heard it and they didn't care because they hated the guy. It was very, very funny. Anyway, that is the Divinity School. Quiet. This is a working library. You did have to be quiet. That was the inside of one of these sections. Now, one of the ways that they funded the production of this, God damn it, Shadowed. Did you know that Chad Kroeger has been in a lot of nativity plays? Over 30 years all across the U.S. and Canada. He's been in many of them. Most of the time he was Joseph, but he also had been a sheep, cow, and donkey. He even once had a turn as Mary, which was met with mixed reviews. However, he's on record as he never made it as a wise man. Well done. Well done, Shadowed. Well done. Anyway, the way that they funded the way that they funded a lot of these buildings, because they kept running out of money and having to rebuild it, was they got the idea to have basically noble and rich patrons sponsor it. So a lot of what you see up here are various crests of the noble houses that were placed on the top of the roofs of these buildings. This also inspired like the inside of the Hogwarts room and all that, but I was more interested in the Oxford part of it, so it was the thing. So the Athens Huts getting together, hugging friends, ferry ride on the water in the storm, looking at the water, reception of my first WorldCom panel, D&D event with Effect Life Classic War, promming at the Royal Albert Hall, riding on the train with Chris, dinner in Glasgow with friends, watching Paul Wolf win Hugo's, and relaxing in the English Park. That's a lot of good things. Yeah, I'm glad. It was a great trip for so many people I knew that was there. So there we go. There's the early history of the Bodleian Library. And there you go. They still, using the library till today, has to swear an oath to not bring into the library or kindle therein any fire or flame. They were very freaked out about that. More stuff in the Bodleian Library. This was belonged to the library's founder, Sir Thomas Bodley, which he called it my black iron chest, and left it to the Bodleian in his will. And there are still donations that can go into that chest. And that belonged to Sir Francis Drake, the famous explorer. This chair was made from the timbers of Sir Francis Drake's ship and was given to the library in 1662. So there's just stuff like this everywhere. Like everywhere you go, there's stuff like this. The Divinity School, there's the outside of it. And again, this picture of nearly headless Nick. So that's awesome, Emily. So, okay, now, this is another thing I was talking about. You walk along and boom, suddenly here. And if you look, this says Turf Tavern, an education in intoxication. We went back there later on, not because of that, because I don't drink, but because I wanted to go to this place, which is famous for two reasons. One reason is because, again, Tolkien and Lewis, they, went there like they went everywhere, but also for another reason, and I'll show you one when we get there. But again, it's just a passageway. It's the only way you get there. You just walk in and like, oh, there's a passageway, and you turn and here it is. Super cool. Again, old buildings with a road in the middle of them, and then this leading to yet another college. I forget which college this was, but this was the inspiration for some of the headmasters. And I do want to highlight over, where was it? Here? Oh, I forget. One of the spots here was the first the first female headmistress of the place, the first woman as the headmistress of this school. And then this is where there's a lot of dining. There's a dining hall here which serves everybody, and like, as you can see, a little more modern, right? So you're just like old, ancient, and then you look through it, modern kitchen. Like there's a lot of that all over in Oxford. Anyone who's familiar with the Harry Potter films may remember there's a sequence where Draco is turned by Mad-Eyed Moony into I think it's a ferret or something like that. That's the tree in front of which that scene was shot. And that was my son reenacting that scene, which we happen to see on YouTube. So, a ferret, yeah. Yep. Various benches. I don't remember why this was cool. Okay, so here's the Turf Tavern. So as you can see, these are all people that have gone to this bar. Elizabeth Taylor, Richard Burton, Stephen Hawking, David Bowie, Thomas Hardy, Emma Watson, Ben Kingsley, Margaret Thatcher, President Bill Clinton, I'll come back to that, David Cameron, Boris Johnson, Oscar Wilde, Ernest Hemingway. And the Turf Tavern inspired the Lamb and Flag, which was a fictional drinking establishment featured in Jude the Obscure, author Thomas Hardy's final novel. There is also now an actual Lamb and Flag in Oxford as well. And it's also where those of you who like the TV series Inspector Morse also featured, this place featured there too. And from the 12th century, that was the inside of it. And this I thought was funny. So this is where allegedly Bill Clinton, when he went to Oxford, while at Oxford University during the 60s, did not inhale while smoking illegal substances. It's alleged that it was here where he did that. Uh, oh, and you put a yellow sticky arm. Another one was there too. So yeah, that's the other thing it's known for. There you go. Bill Clinton did not inhale there, apparently. More Oxford. I think you can see how much I love this place. Okay. I did take a picture of this because it was a cool Warhammer store, but then it was a Warhammer store. So I walked in, it was like way overpriced miniatures, and like, yeah, I was like, okay. Well, I've been in the place where Games Workshop-ish is, sort of, kind of. And then a church. Oh, okay. And this is another cool thing that we found there. This was a story museum in Oxford. It was a museum to story. And they had these different exhibits and sections. The cool thing is that it was founded by Philip Pullman, the one who did his Dark Materials and all that, if you're familiar with those books. He lives in Oxford. He's been a resident of Oxford for many years, and he founded this story museum. So inside here, you had things like this awesome, like each of these trees, which were made of ropes, also had these stories that if you clicked on them, you would hear stories, and they had like King Arthur's sword in the stone and all this stuff. Kids really like this. My son really loved this particular area, this forest, the story forest. That was me. Like with dragons that fought each other. Yeah, I just a founding museum no one ever found before. There you go, Sword in the Stone. I wasn't able to become King of England, by the way, sadly. I tried. And that, now, okay, before I go any further, all right, what do you think that is leading to? What is that leading to? An exhibit. All right, my fantasy fans, where is that leading to? You got it, Dragon. Got it in one. That is the wardrobe leading to Narnia. Oh, I think there's a video of that, which I thought I took. Inside, there's just a lot of white, like snow and mirrors, and they have the lights set up, so they tell the clip where Lucy meets the fawn, Mr. Tumnus, and you can see the footprints, like walking on the ground and appearing. It was super cool. Hey, what's up, Strike Ninja? How you doing, Strike? Yep. Which in the war? That's fine. That's fine. It's an honorable mention, Tim. This was C.S. Lewis's desk where he actually wrote, and I want to call your attention to this. This is the ink stain because he was right-handed, and he would dip his quill, his quill in the inkwell to write. Would pick it up and it would drip on there, and that's how we get this stain of an author's used desk. So that is actually C.S. Lewis's desk that you can actually sit at there. It's been a while. I know. It's good to see you, Strike. How you been, man? This is a show and tell of my UK trip, and then I'll be playing a game after this is over. Okay, that was the inside. That was looking out at the Story Museum. And check this out. This room is the Choose Your Own Adventure room. So you would start like on the left-hand side, like with box 1, 2, or 3, you'd open it and it would give you like a little bit of story, and then it would give you like an item or an object, and you would go to one of these boxes that it told you to go to, and then you could literally go through some stories by opening this room, which is super cool. But that large thing at the bottom, that 19, I know, I thought so too, Crit. That number at the bottom, so you see the 18, the number right below it here, I think it's 16 or something, had a bunch of stuff in it. And one of them was this chest that was this locked chest. And my family figured out how to open the locked chest only to discover that it was actually like extra like supplies to restock the rest of the boxes. Like we weren't supposed to open that thing, but we've done so many escape rooms and stuff like that we were just like, oh, we would figure this all out. We were like, so we went to the staff. We're like, this is and they were like, they thought it was really funny. They're like, oh wow, that's amazing that you opened it up. I was like, okay, we did. Hey, what's up, Jagtress? Exactly, good to see you, Jagtress. Yeah, right in the 90s again. This place was super cool. I really liked the Story Museum. I felt pretty happy that I discovered it too. This was my like, no one else knew about this place, and I just happened to find it. And there you can see it. War with the Evil Power Master, which I played. And this one, did anyone have these as a kid? Your code name is Jonah. I 100% played Your Code Name is Jonah back in the day when I was a kid. I must have been like 10, 11 or something, 12 maybe. Oh my God, it was so cool. Yeah, it really is. Yeah, they were so cool. And again, this is what I mean. You walk out of the Story Museum. This was on our way out of the building, and Spire, like tower, is just a tower there because it's Oxford. You still have that one? I may have it somewhere. I don't know if I do, but I may. And there it is, the Story Museum. And you can see that on Tuesday, November 7th, they have an adult late night at the museum. The evening will feature immersive gameplay in the atmospheric Whispering Wood, talks and tips on aspects of D&D, improvised fun in the Woodshed Theater with Whose Dungeon Is It Anyway bar open throughout the evening. And I was like, this is awesome. I should come back just so I could do this, D&D. But anyway, it was super cool. And of course, no trip to the Story Museum would be complete without a visit to the Story Mouseum. And as you can see, here is the Story Mouseum. This is you can see the pirate ship, the cheese, Story Mouseum. Right there. It's really super cool. Greens College, Oxford. I forget why I took a picture of that. I think something just thought was cool about it. Posting box. This is where you put in letters or newspapers and packets. Not a simple mailbox. It's just like, looks cheesy. And then I thought that was cool looking from across the street. I don't even remember what that building was. Magpie Lane. Again, alleyway. I know I did this a lot, but in a house on this site between 1655 and 1668 lived Robert Boyle. Here he discovered Boyle's law and made experiments with an air pump designed by his assistant Robert Hooke, inventor, scientist, and architect, who made a microscope and thereby first identified the living cell. Like, oh, by the way, this is where the guy who invented the microscope did it. What? You just walk along and like, wham, here it is. Like, oh my God. How about this one? This one was really interesting, I thought. Beneath this garden lies a medieval cemetery. Around 1190, the Jews of Oxford purchased a water meadow outside the city walls to establish a burial ground. In 1231, that land, now occupied by Magdalen College, was appropriated by the Hospital of St. John, and a small section of wasteland where this memorial lies was given to the Jews for a new cemetery. An ancient footpath linked this cemetery with the medieval Jewish quarter along Great Jewry Street, now St. Adaltes. For over 800 years, this path has been called Dead Man's Walk, a name that bears silent witness to a community that contributed to the growth of this city and early university throughout the 12th and 13th centuries. Why Dead Man's Walk? Because in 1290, all the Jews were expelled from England by King Edward I. They were not permitted to return for over 350 years. This is why I get awfully twitchy when people are like, oh yeah, there wasn't really, anti-Semitism was overstated in England. Oh really? Because they weren't even allowed to be there legally for 350 freaking years. And then it says, may their memory be blessed. And I think that says the same thing in Hebrew. So I thought that was interesting. And the Rose Garden, given in honor of the research workers in this university who discovered the clinical importance of penicillin. Oh, okay. There's that too. Oh, and also here's where they found penicillin. Just like everywhere you go. Hey, Wispy, good to see you. Everywhere you go, there was just like cool stuff, cool thing, new discovery. Just, oh my God. And this beautiful maze. You can just see my son trying to go through it. I know, right? I don't know. I thought this was really cool. It would have been neat if we could have gone down in these boats and either rowing or paddle boating or just like poling down the river, but we didn't have time to do absolutely everything. But there you go. Paddle boat, rowing solutions. And as you can see, it's all, actually, no, that's not the paddle boat. No, that's a catamaran. I like that because that was like this sort of weird mini catamaran. And you see this? That is attached to that. So like it's basically a boat locked in place, so it can't be taken, can't be stolen. I liked this because there's a part in Heretic that makes reference to a gate that doesn't look at first as if there's anything beyond it, and then you walk towards it, and because of like something screwing with perspective, you walk into it and then you can walk through it. So And this was basically my daughter's reaction to it. Because as you can see, we were on the other side of this. You walk through and around it. But as you're coming to it, when you get there from a distance, it just looks like another gate. Like it doesn't look like there's anywhere to go until you get right up next to it. And then you realize you can go to the left, forward, and to the right and forward. And it wasn't locked or anything, but it was very, very cool. And it reminded me a lot of what I was imagining. Yeah, exactly, Emily. It reminded me a little bit of Corel, but it definitely reminded me of that one gate in this one section of Heretic. No spoilers, but if you read my book, that book, you'll find it. Okay, and then we had this, which was across from this field. I need to remember what that was. And this beautiful river. This is funny. This was called, I think, the Seeing Tree. And you can see that it's got like these little eyes and everything, right? But one of the Google Maps thing of this was like, this tree did not actually talk to me, but it did everything a tree needs to do. It grew, it had bark and leaves and provided shade. 10 out of 10 tree, no notes. It was really funny. So thank you, Jactress. Okay. I need to remember what, I think that's Christchurch, because where there are still students, again, that's hundreds of years old. But one of the reasons I liked this was, look at this ivy. You know, we talk about the Ivy League colleges in America, but they got nothing on actual this. Like that there, those are the roots of that ivy. Like not joking around, that ivy. Yeah, well, they didn't call it weeds. Oh, right. And that is a thatched roof. That is a thatched roof, an honest to God thatched roof over a relatively modern, with modern doors and everything, building. So, and you can see for yourself, Christchurch Visitor Center. Little beautiful, that was a cool little fountain. Oh, yes, and I think I took no, maybe I didn't take a picture of this, but word I give to him succeed me in my pilgrimage. I wonder if I have, okay, let me, hold on a second. I don't know why I'm not showing the videos. Let me see if I have a few of those videos. Okay, let me show a few of the videos. These should have been there earlier, but whatever. Awesome. Let's go. Those were outside the armadillo. Prince Justin saw that too, and Emily heard that. They just, while we were out there in the back, they just started warming up for a performance. I love bagpipes, and I was just like, yeah, let's go. Okay. So, what else? Oh, yes. Oh. My amazing kids. Okay. Right. This was driving on the train. I don't know why this wasn't organized just by order. I should see if I can organize this by, not by type. I think it somehow got sorted by type and not by date.
There, if you start getting them on that subject.
So let me see if I can get that sorted properly. What are you sorted by? Yeah, no, don't sort by name, sort by date. And no, sort by date, ascending. There we go. That way it has the vids in the right spot. Okay, so there was the first video. Sorry, I was wondering why the videos weren't showing up. And it's because they were, for some reason, sorted improperly. So let's see. Okay. That was Oxford, right? Okay. Ah, yes.
It's from the top of St. Mary's Church in Oxford, in England. We just climbed up 127 steps to get up here, but it was worth it. One of the greatest centers of learning in the world. And that guy's protecting us, apparently.
Okay. Okay. Once I get caught up, then I won't have to keep going to this other place because it'll pick it up there already. But okay, because I know there were other videos. Bear with me as I go through this. Hold on, going through fast. Ah, yes.
Okay.
Little Arv, by the way, is like a ridiculously good hopscotch player. And so that was fun. And she was doing that. Well, my son was, decently fast too, but like she was just like played it a lot when she was younger. Yeah, I was winded and panting after I climbed 127 freaking steps, Dragon. Good God.
Oh, I understand, honey, but I don't...
Okay. That was just showing the ivy. And this... Oh, there it is. That's Narnia. Inside. That was the inside of that place. Which means I'm almost caught up. I think. Yeah.
When did I do that? A minute ago?
Beautiful spot.
All right.
Okay, good. So now I'm caught up, I think. So this should... No. Okay. Let's go with... Wait a second. There we go.
All right.
Yes. Now it's caught up.
All right.
Okay.
Here we have, in Myers Wharf Playground, a rope swing being demonstrated by Senatine. Over here we have a boy sitting on a swing. Over here we have...
Hold on. I'm going to pause this. Now that we have that video. Thank you, Raiders. What's up, kids are asleep? Welcome, everybody. Super, super, super cool. What's up, everyone? Welcome, Raiders. It is good to see you all. Welcome. Welcome to Show and Tell. I'm going to play a little Jusant later, but welcome to Show and Tell of my UK trip as I go through and talk about the trip that was. Videos, pictures. I'm probably about a little more than 2/3 of the way through now. So, but thank you so much. What's up, Mighty Murr? I haven't seen you in a little while. Yes, I showed a picture of your books earlier. Let me see if I can find it. Back. It was at Boswell's Booksellers. Hold on. I'll find it. There we go. Blackwell's Booksellers, I mean. There it is. Look at that. The work of Valerie Valdez. Valerie Valdez right there. See. Where Peace is Lost, Fault Tolerance, Prime Deceptions, Chilling Effect right there. Those books sitting right there. There you go. Mur, I didn't see, I didn't note your books there. I didn't see if there were any works from your oeuvre. But yes, that was in there. So many Valeries. I was showing that my friend Brad Bollier is there, of course. And we also had Premi Muhammad with The Siege of Burning Grass. Oh, and also a Dalek. So thank you so much for the raid, Kids Are Asleep, as I'm going through this. Thank you. So yes, and this is the way. That place was amazing. All right, let me run through this quickly. This was Tolkien's grave. I went through this before, so I really want to get through these tonight. Okay, this is Oxford, which I fell in love with. I just absolutely loved Oxford. Would not mind living there. Would be great. I was just really loved Oxford so much. Okay, so I just showed that. Okay, and then we were here, Warhammer, And now I think we're caught up. Story Museum. Okay. And I think the gate, yep. Still not quite right though, because I took a picture at the same time. Like, I don't know why that's showing.
All right.
I don't know why it's showing that. Anyway, that's okay. I'm not going to worry about that too much. Organization. I've already shown these, which is why I'm going through them again. Okay. And then we're caught up. All right, so the covers don't match. Someday, Mur. Someday. Okay. Someday. So again, I just thought this was another example. Isn't it helpful to have not only a picture of this thing, but also it's a huge rope. It's right near this wharf. And so it's a huge rope, and it's set up so you can swing on the rope, and it shows you what direction. Like if you were like, I don't know which way to go, they're like, well, you just go left and right and left and right. That was very funny. And then there's just this hill with a massive slide off of it. So I thought that was cool. Always a fan of bookstores one way or the other. And I don't know if you saw this thing I thought was interesting here. Christchurch Cathedral School, independent school for boys 2.5 to 13 years, founded 1540, I think it was 46. 1546. Oh my God. The public library, just so much cool stuff here.
Parting Oxford on Friday the 17th, I think. We're leaving Oxford now while the stuffed animals are discussing marriage.
Yeah, my son was talking about marrying his stuffed animal with his sister's stuffed animal. So again, the train, I thought that was a really cool train station. And that was the Great Western Railway that took us to London. The tube map, in case you've ever wanted to look at a subway map and been like, hey, I wonder what this thing looks like. I give to you the tube map. Please note all of these spaces here. This is all very clear. Nothing is confusing at all. It actually isn't confusing. It's just a matter of figuring out how to get on it in the first place. But once you get on it, it's fine. It's just getting on there is the thing. Like, for example, you can't use one card, even if you have lots of money on it, and swipe it for multiple things. Why? Like, if I have 50 pounds on a card, why can I not swipe it for myself and then for each of my family members? Instead, the guy was like, no, you need a separate card per person. And I was like, what? So a few things were a little frustrating about getting on the tube and getting on the trains. But once you were on them, it was good. So there you go. Baker Street, which I thought of two things. Obviously, Sherlock Holmes. But also, I thought of walking your way down Baker Street. Right in your head and light on your feet. It's another crazy day. Blow the thing away and you talk about everything. I'm mixing up the verses. You used to think that it was so easy. Always said that it was so easy. But you're crying now. Is that right? Crying now. No, it is not. It's Jerry Rafferty. No, it is not a 60s song, you plebe. You used to think just you were so happy. Just one more year and then you're so happy. But you're crying now. Please stick to your day job. All right. Yes. I liked that. Take courage. Now, by this point, I had actually gotten into... nice. This point, we were in London. So my general feeling about London was I'm glad that we did it. And there were certainly some cool things too. But truthfully, I've done the big city thing. I lived in New York for 18 years. I'm set with big cities. Like I don't, London was very crowded. It was extremely busy. It was like, so I didn't like London as much as the other places. Glasgow was cool, as you now have heard me like rave about for an hour plus. Oxford was just over the moon amazing. London was fine, but I was like, that's cool that I did it. However, this that we're looking at here, Shakespeare's Globe. Now, this is not built on the actual site of Shakespeare's Globe. That is about a block and a half away from here. But it is built on the south bank of the Thames. It is built exactly to replica exactly the way that Shakespeare would have built it, although you wouldn't have had a sign that said food and drink on it or whatever. Yeah, were you in? I guess that's right. You were in Glasgow, weren't you, Mur? Yeah, I was there. Yeah, I did a couple of panels. I was on a content creator panel, actually. Speaking of what you and I do when we're not writing, I was on a content creator panel and a franchising your IP panel. I did a group book launch for Heretic, and Emily and Chris from Athens Hearts were there in chat as well. Emily is in chat as well. So yeah, I didn't. Oh man, that sucks. There was I saw Prince Justin. I saw Pat Tomlinson and different people that I know from the community in general, and so on. But I did not see. There were a lot of people that I did not see, and that includes you. That sucks. Well, I mean, I'm definitely going to see you if you're going to be going to Seattle Worldcon. When are we going to get you out to the Gen Con Writers Symposium, Mur? When are we going to get you there? You know, the largest writing track in North America. When are we going to get you there? Because I do that every year, and that, would be awesome to have you on panels and stuff like that there. One day, yeah. But again, Seattle Worldcon as well and stuff. There's always next year's trip, yeah. Right, because I can just dump a bunch of money on overseas trips every time. When I can get you a hotel that's not 30-minute drive away from the con. Yeah. What is that actually, did you stay in Glasgow? Were you, because ours was like a 10 or I think 12-minute drive. Were you really 30 minutes away from the SEC? Yeah, oh, you did it once. Okay. Okay. Where were you staying? Where were you staying in Glasgow though? For this one? Oh, you were okay. Well, so here's the deal, Mur. I don't know if you did the symposium specifically, but if you do the Writers Symposium at Gen Con, I know a guy. I mean, by which I mean we can get you access to the writer's block. We can't offer it for everybody all the time, but if you're in the symposium, we can usually work something out where you can get closer. Hey, what's up, Yuta Detenshi? So we can do that. Oh God, Dredge is so good. So good. Am I the guy? Well, yeah. There are several people that can talk to people that are the guy, so to speak. You did a symposium. It was several years ago. I mean, they've gone back and forth on where they allowed stuff and everything. They've gotten better about opening up the housing block. But anyway, Gen Con Writer Symposium. Would love to see you there. But yeah, well, we will definitely have to I would love to be able to meet in person, Mur, for sure. I'm sorry that I missed you in Glasgow. But anyway, so this is the Globe. And that is inside, looking down at the stage where they were performing Much Ado About Nothing. This was 100% one of the highlights of the trip. I teach Much Ado About Nothing every year. My two favorite authors, J.R.R. Tolkien, William Shakespeare. Going down and watching Much Ado About Nothing. You were invited again, asked if I could have a closer hotel, and you got no answer? Was that this year, Mur? This year that happened? Because, like, if that's I'm sorry if that's the case, but that would surprise me. Oh, it was a while ago. Okay. Yeah, the hotels always fill up super fast, but yeah, well, try us again, I guess is what I'm saying. Under new management, you know what I mean? Try us again. But would love to have you there. But regardless, we will definitely, there will be a time. We shall meet in person for sure. But anyway, so this is Much Ado About Nothing. it is the globe. As they built it as close as they could ever get to it. Obviously, there are, as you can see, electric lights and things like that would not have been there. But otherwise, the look of it is great. So, I mean, I'm talking in general, Emily, about the Noah guy is a general reference. The old joke about I know a guy. So that's all. I was just saying, I know a guy, by which I mean I'm on the committee. I know the people who are on the committee, like you and Chris and others. So that's all I meant. There's nothing ominous about it. It's just like I know a guy. So much ado about nothing. Super, super cool to see this. I was so happy to get a chance to actually see this production in person. That was one of the highlights. As I said, highlight number one was the seeing Tolkien's grave. Highlight number two was this, seeing the Much Ado About Nothing thing. That was highlight number two. And then highlight number three was the D&D event. That was amazing. So this was wild. I was felt very blessed to be able to see this. And my wife, that was where I got another picture of the stage. You weren't technically allowed to take a picture during performance. Maybe I might have not adhered to that one instruction because I accidentally, oh shoot, I took a picture, because I just had to do this for later consumption. This was totally legal though. You could do this when the production was not going on. So how much? Yeah. What's up, Light and Passion? How are you? It's good to see everybody today. And more. And that was looking out the slats of the wooden window on the way out of the globe. There's the outside of it. Oh, so cool. And looking at the Thames. Again, we're in the South Bank here and looking back at the globe. And there you go. Here's where it actually stood. Here stood the Globe Playhouse of Shakespeare, 1598 to 1613, commemorated by the Shakespeare Reading Society of London and by subscribers in the United Kingdom and India. So there we go. And there you go. The Globe Theater, excavations at the Globe Theater. That was all where the Globe Theater originally stood, which I thought was amazing. All right. Now, this here was the cool place that we stayed when we were in London. It was myself and a lot of the Buy the Dice Roll crew. So the players basically stayed with me for our D&D event. And that was from up top looking outward. It was about, I guess, 10 minutes south of Clapham, of the Omnibus Theater in Clapham. This is in Clapham. Where we went. And that, as you can see, is the crew. That is myself. Actually, I guess you can't really see that. Wait, there's me. Okay. There is my daughter. There's little Arv. That is Pyron Jade from Buy the Dice Roll. There is the awesome and amazing Peripheral Mike, Wholesome Horror Gaming. Pyron Jade also awesome, amazing. Wholesome Horror Gaming, Mike Smith. And that, as you should all know, hopefully, is Tari Tunes. That's Tari. Can confirm Tari exists. And so does her boyfriend, Wesley. Oh, can I show that? I don't want to. All right. Well, here we go. Let me zoom it out. There we go. There was Wesley, who is a very cool dude from the Netherlands. Nari Elnanen, also known as that. And here was the other group of people. So here we had... I'm going to have to do this, aren't I? That is Darksaber 2K on the left. And then you've got my son, Mini Arv, my wife, Mrs. Arv. That's Fleos from Canada and his wife, Summer. So those were those people. Okay. And that was us. That was basically them and us heading to the theater. And what you see there is... the Omnibus Theater. That's where the D&D event actually took place, which was super cool. And that was the inside of the theater. Can I zoom that out a little bit, maybe? Yeah, there we go. Again, it was not a big theater, like 110 seats basically, but it was so perfectly suited for this event. And that was Ash, one of Mike's community members, who was setting up for the video of the D&D event, which we are going to be releasing. Mike is processing that right now. That had like 5 different camera setups and like all this stuff, because Ash used to record professional wrestling in the UK. So it was very cool. I loved this event. This was a very, very special time for me. There are the seats and the table where all the magic happened, and that's looking down at it not long before we got started. The mixing board, in case you were curious how much mixing was involved. Oh, hey, listen, I'm hoping to do more events like this. And you know that guy. This is actually maybe my favorite picture of me that I took on this trip because it reflected exactly how I felt. Like just absolute happiness and joy about this. It was a wonderful event with friends, wonderful audience with friends in there. It was just really lovely. And the D&D experience, and I know a number of people, we had like 40 people watching in chat. It was in Twitch chat. It was so great. And I was just really happy with how it went. If you haven't already done so, you can see what I would describe as like the early access version of this on my YouTube channel. It's been collected under Forbidden Library. I believe Triffin did that. But there's also going to be later on, there is going to be this super deluxe version that we'll be putting out there as well and doing shorts from, because By the Dice Roll has plans. We want to be able to do other stuff like this, live events like this in future as well. But I had a wonderful time with this, and what a great again, it was hard for me. I would have a hard time choosing between those three highlights: Tolkien's Grave, watching the performance at Shakespeare's Globe, and the D&D event. They were all amazing. But thank you, Emily. Yeah, pick of the team together. And we did have that. I tried to take out some of this stuff because I did include that one picture because that's public and I had gotten everyone's permission. I didn't want to go through that I have a lot of pictures of like different individuals, and I didn't want to show a bunch of those because I didn't want to get permission from everybody right now. So thank you. Yeah, I was very happy with this. So yeah, it was a great event. And that again is the outside of that the place where we stayed. I loved some of the fountains, and that's the Omnibus Theater. And right here was like a beer garden type place where Emily and Classicor and Effect Life hung out a bunch, and then I hung out a little bit with them, and then we got breakfast. I think over, but you can't see it in this picture, but on the other side. But there's like a cafe bar thing up here. That was a very cool place. Omnibus Theater. I think Emily would confirm. Tari and other people who were there, Effect Life, Classicor, would confirm it was a really cool place. So, red tie with a pink shirt. With a purple shirt, in fairness, that's a purple shirt, but yes. Not only a red tie, that is my Constitution tie with all of the signatures of the United States Constitution, a document that it would be nice if one of the major political parties in the United States currently running a fascist would ever have bothered to read. Anyway. Thank you. Magenta, yes. Yes. Oh, God. Right. This is the thing. Now, we had breakfast. So Emily, Chris, Effect Life, and I had breakfast together. And this was the top, like on the roof of the ceiling of this restaurant where we ate. This breakfast, y'all, was delicious. Like, you've got the sourdough bread. You've got the egg, the fried egg. You've got the tater tots. I love tater tots. Blood sausage was really good. Bacon is really good. A mushroom. I could have done without the tomato. I'm not a tomato guy. But I loved so much of the rest of this. It's such a good meal. Oh my God, another sausage. It's so good. Yeah, well, it took me 2 meals to finish it, Dragon, in fairness, but I really, so good. All right, now I'm about to show you. I told you that there were some parts of this that would never fly in an American playground. This thing you're about to see is one of them. That was Tari in the background. I mean, it's a built-in trampoline. It's super cool, but not in a million freaking years would they allow that in the US. Because can you imagine the lawsuits when one kid gets his foot trapped in the thing or whatever? Like, I went on there myself. It was cool. So funny. Okay. This was I think they said it was the last remaining windmill in central London. And I was like, okay. it was like a very specific thing, but that was cool. The Brixton windmill. Yeah, the only surviving windmill in a borough that once had 12 windmills, and it's the only remaining windmill in inner London. So I was like, that's cool. Yeah, I like windmills too. And that was us walking back with the crowd, with the crew, some of the crew, back to our place. And in case, for those of you who are cat lovers, and I know we have some in this chat, I give to you, I don't think these were feral cats. I think they were just sort of like community cats. But I thought, I don't know if I took a picture of this one. No. This one here, I thought that was such a cool looking cat. Wasn't that cool? And another cat or two showed up as well, but yeah. I thought it was a cool cat. And it came over, and Wesley was the cat whisperer for this. Yeah, I know it would, but it was also pretty friendly. So I missed my cats when we were gone. So, okay, now this next video is taken in the London Eye, which is this massive Ferris wheel that you've probably seen if you go to YouTube videos or pictures of London. It's twice the size of the Seattle Ferris wheel. It was really cool, but honestly, it was so high that it was a little much even for me. I was like, because each one of these pods you go in can fit 25 people, and it was slow, and there's an amazing view. I'm glad we did it, but oh boy, was it high. This is just the bottom of it. Like I stood up long enough to do this video, and then I sat back down again. It was a little nerve-wracking. We are so freaking high, and I don't mean it in the, I don't mean it in the Oasis Champagne Supernova of getting high. I meant, the actual, we were physically in the air high. Okay. I thought this was great. Sexy fish and shish. You want fish? You want shish kebab? Sexy fish and shish. I am so high right now. Truly? That's legal. Okay, now look at this. This is the London Eye at night. Look how gorgeous this is.
Big Ben.
And Big Ben in the background.
There should be 3 more bells.
Can you hear it?
What?
1 more, I think.
Those 3.
Yeah.
Just gorgeous. Okay. And that's the London Eye during the day, but I thought it looked so gorgeous at night. Speaking of clock towers and the like. I was pretty happy with this shot. That, of course, is Big Ben, which looks gorgeous, by the way. That's that's Westminster. That's the Parliament, right? And up there, I got lucky with it again. But I thought that compositionally it worked out. Again, I'm just doing it with my phone, and so I'm not, the Prince Justin or the Drew the Damager of the world in terms of photography skill. But every so often I got a shot that I felt pretty good about. Oh, really? Oh, I'll have to check that out, Emily. Yeah, that's cool. So yeah, very, very neat. Okay, and then, oh yes, I like this because lion. That's Big Ben, and I ain't lying. Yeah, I that worked out, Drew. One shot I'm super proud of, but I'll show you later on. Okay, that's the eye again, and that was the Thames. This was funny because I love this message. I clean the Thames, because I'm here to tell you the Thames is apparently not particularly clean. But they're working on it, and so I clean the Thames is this little barge that does that. That was down the other way. And there again is Parliament. And Big Ben, there's Westminster. And me. See, I was there. It was not just making it up. That was the underside of the eye. Upon Westminster Bridge. Earth has not anything to show more fair. Dull would be of soul who could pass by a sight so touching in its majesty. This city now doth like a garment wear the beauty of the morning, silent, bare. Ships, towers, domes, theaters, and temples lie open unto the fields and to the sky, all bright and glittering in the smokeless air. Never did sun more beautifully steep in his first splendor, valley, rock, or hill. Ne'er saw I, never felt a calm so deep. The river glideth at his own sweet will. Dear God, the very houses seem asleep, and all that mighty heart is lying still. The great line. I think William Wordsworth is kind of overwrought because I think he spent most of his time pretending he was John Milton and he wasn't. But he could definitely turn a phrase at times. And all that mighty heart is lying still is great stuff. So that's 1802, and that's right outside the London Eye. And again, this is me getting very nervous, by the way. The more I took these pictures on how high the wheel was, the more I was like, And by the way, those pods, each of those pods weighs 10 tons, and it never stops. Like the wheel, as the wheel continues, because 3 million people, I believe is the number, ride that wheel per day. Not per day, per year. 3 million people per year ride this. There's a lot of people. So you get tickets ahead of time and they just run you through it where you go on and you walk onto it. And it goes fairly slowly. They only stop it if you're in a wheelchair or if you like need assistance, if you cane or walker or something. Then they move you on. They stop it for long enough. But generally, I think we only stop maybe once or twice. They just keep it going and you just walk on. So it was very cool, and it's built to withstand 5 times hurricane force, and it's built to withstand like 5 times bulletproof glass level. Like it was really designed not to be knocked out. And I got some shots later of the other side. It was hard to get to the window because so many people were crowded about there, but I eventually did get some. But there's through the window. That was a shot. So when you're at the very top of it, that's what the pod looks like. And that's the part where I'm like it was a little nerve-wracking. Just a little nerve-wracking. I got to go to a building on the 10th floor. Nice. Yeah, and that was where we were on the top looking down at Parliament. Very cool, but I was a little like, pit of the stomach type of stuff. And there's me being like, Okay. I don't even know what that was. I think it was a tribute to those who built it, I believe. Okay. I was very happy with this shot. This reminded me of some of Drew's shots. I'm not saying it's as good, but it reminded me of it. That wasn't the one that I was super proud of. I'll talk about that later, but that was that one. Yeah, just 10 stories up. Really, really cool to look at night. Okay, now, some of you may have been on a bus. Some of you may have been in a double-decker bus. Many of you may have had frozen yogurt. But have you ever had frozen yogurt on a double-decker bus? With house music playing? Because we did. It was in the same park. It's near the London Eye. And we're ordering frozen yogurt and then ate on the second floor of the double-decker bus while I was going, just like, okay, dance till you can't, dance till you can't, dance. It was really funny. If I had a nickel for every time, I'd have no nickels. Snog. I also was a little troubled by the name. I was like, Snog. Let's go snog some yogurt. Do we want to talk about snogging in this context? I don't. But hey, what are you going to do? I do know what a snog is. And that's why I was there were many things that were coming together here, Dragon, that didn't quite cohere. But I was like, all right, frozen yogurt. It's called a double-decker bus, house music, and then it's called snog. I was like, all right, let's do it. What's up, Gaia Shield? Okay, that was us heading home that night. The Royal Vauxhall Tavern. I thought that was cool. It's a bear. It's a copper tub. You love it. And the top of this, and I took a picture here because, Shakespeare Road, baby. This was cool. Now, we were walking down the street. This is one of our last days of sightseeing, I think, or close to it. And you see this, it says warm, right? But the thing is, this is made of multiple. Who is coming up here? Oh, it's my daughter. Okay, you going to bed? Love you, honey. What? All right, I'm going to. It's okay. I'm going to tuck my daughter in quickly, and then we will continue. We're closing in on the end here, but this thing you can see warm, toys, bed, and then when you get close to it, this is what it's actually made up of, is all of these things. But look at the words there. The hospital, my mom looks happy but stressed out. And the words here are college and oil. I'm a collage of oil. Here are my favorite singers. So like all words here, which when you put them together from a distance make that, which I thought was super cool. It was very neat. And I got in a song bus. Okay, so I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Don't leave, chat. We're almost done. And then I'm going to play a little Jusant before I go to bed tonight. But almost done. Don't leave. Or otherwise, kukri. No, just kidding. the kukri is just, just showing to you. Be back in a sec. Okay. Okay, I am back. Apologies. Right. Okay. Thank you. Right. Okay. Where was I? Yes, so we were talking about that. Did that thing. Okay. I just like that image. Liked this because the midwives' house, both of my kids were born with the help of midwives. So, and there's a great song by the Canadian folk band Tanglefoot called The Midwife's Dance, which is also really cool. I just had to take a picture because flower to the people. I don't know. Flower to the people. Okay. I took this also because both I and my son thought this was a really cool truck. So nothing exciting there. And again, this is another one of those things like you just look across and there's a store that you just randomly can walk into. Do you know Tanglefoot, Jagtress? I love Tanglefoot. Really, really do. In fact, I have 3 CDs here that my daughter, who loves Tanglefoot, I've seen them live a few times, wants to get, basically have copies of these made so she can have them on her phone. And so we own all these CDs. Like that. Yep. Very good band. Is that a food or a store? That is like a mall-ish, I think. So some of it has things like, Photo Place, Snappy Snaps, Superdrug, and other things like the outlets. And then, of course, McDonald's. Can't get away from it completely. Okay, this was, I think this was a theater, a huge theater that was doing witness for the prosecution at the time, which I thought was pretty cool. So was that. Thank you, Mrs. Dunsel. Can't fit a CD on a phone. It doesn't have a CD player. That's right. Thank you so much, Mrs. Dunsel. Always appreciate that. Closing in on 6 years. My goodness. Thank you so much. Hope you're well. Hope Commander Dunsel's doing okay. I just thought that was a cool section. Okay, now here we got a lot of the bridge stuff. So there was a time when Big Ben was in scaffolding. I'm here to tell you that is not the case now. It was gorgeous, like super gorgeous to see it. And a lot of the things around there, which we did some of this from the hop on, hop off bus again. So some of this is through windows. I had to take that because it's an Aston Martin and car. And then back up to noodles. We went down to we went to this one place. It was like a noodle bar basically. And you go down to go to the bathroom or whatever, and then just back up to noodles. Awesome, Ms. Dunson. Yeah, hopefully you'll find it interesting if you stop by again. But thank you so much. I just like that picture. Nothing exciting. Again, a bunch of phone booths, bigger on the inside. And this was a park, which was sort of a park for the people that is near Buckingham Palace that we went to. And there was a spot that actually had a bunch of ducks and geese, and the people were feeding them, which maybe they shouldn't have been doing, but that had a bunch of little cafes around that area. Granted to the Abbey of Westminster by King Edward the Confessor. Again, it's just more history that just pops up out of nowhere. I thought that was a cute snail in a playground. And this was, as I say, towards the end of our trip. I think that might have been the day before we left. Random rhino. And Harrods. Ah, yes. Now, I actually, Tari and her boyfriend and my family got together for dinner in London. And we went to this very expensive market called Harrods just for fun. First of all, this is my son was in the middle of it, so you don't actually catch it, but I thought I got another picture of it. But there's a bear and a dog tossing a ball to a bear. I don't really know what that's about, but whatever. No, I visited Glasgow, Oxford, and London is where I visited. This is London. But I wanted to show you all this. Okay, so we walk into Harrods. They do have some regular tea, but they also had this as well. Harrod's Loose Tea, the Tai Guan Yin Supreme, 2,000 pounds, which, to be clear, is more like 3,000 US, probably. So you're like, oh, wow. And then I show you this. 6,500 pounds for loose tea, which would put this close to 10,000 US dollars. Yeah, I know. You would hope it would cure what ails you, right? For this, it ought to brew itself, give it to me, and cure any diseases I have now or in the future. Like 6,500 pounds. It was a little more expensive. Yeah, exactly. Do I get a wish? Just a bit more expensive than what it should be, I think. And there's London for London's sake. It was very busy, but cool.
Yes, brother, she was a little hard to understand.
You would find Dante's Inferno a more interesting poem. And it's also great, but Paradise Lost is incredible. When the Puritans, when settlers came to America, they had two books, a Bible and Paradise Lost. And some of them got confused about which was which.
That's the outside of the Westminster building where Parliament is. And I was talking about that because they have a picture here, which I think comes next. Oh, I'll come. Wait a minute. I want to show that picture. I'll come back to those videos. That's Big Ben. Again. Right there. A picture of Oliver Cromwell. A statue of Oliver Cromwell. And of course, Oliver Cromwell, the Lord Protector, who became as much of a tyrant as anything else. But I was telling the story of how Oliver Cromwell, of course, his secretary, basically his personal assistant, was, and chief of staff almost, was John Milton. And Milton, who was famously anti-monarchy, Charles I is executed. Lord Cromwell, Oliver Cromwell takes over. When Cromwell leaves, and Charles II, Charles I's son, is recalled from France, Charles I comes back, and right before he gets back, Milton writes a famous tract in which he advocates, a pamphlet, in which he says that regicide is justified when kings are tyrannical, which is maybe not the best thing to write when you're super famous as the secretary of Oliver Cromwell and when the king is about to show up. So when the king shows up, he imprisons Milton and throws him in the Tower of London. Milton goes blind in that prison, but he is freed ultimately thanks to the intervention of Andrew Marvell, who was basically a very gifted diplomat and also a poet who wrote some famous poetry. But it's because of Marvell that Milton gets out of that prison. And the reason that matters is because Milton writes, once he gets out of prison, Paradise Lost, Paradise Regained, and Samson Agonistes. And Paradise Lost is one of the greatest poems ever written in the English language. So that's the deal with that. Paradise Inferno is self-insert fanfic, and Paradise Lost is fix-it-pick. That's funny. That's funny. Yeah, I can see that. Kids are asleep. But I mean, listen, Paradise Lost it's great stuff. So anyway, that was Cromwell, and that got me on that whole story about that with them. So let me go back to these two videos. So there was that, right?
You would find.
So then we're going to watch this, and I'll do this without Ed commentary.
Dante's Inferno. To carve out dials quaintly, point by point, thereby to see the minutes how they run. How many makes the hour full complete? How many hours brings about the day? How many days will finish up the year? How many years a mortal man may live? Shakespeare, Henry VI, Part 3.
I thought that circle was cool. That was right outside, basically, Westminster Abbey. So I thought that was pretty neat. And then the next one.
Yeah, you're the last one in the
Oh, come on, don't stay there. You'll never ever get you if you're going to stay. Woo! But stop here.
Okay. Now, the reason I show that is the last day, which is part of this last day, we had a tour with a Shakespearean actor and also tour guide whose name was Derry. And she led us through this like hour and a half of like, first of all, I must have done like 18,000 steps or something. Like, there was a lot of walking and a lot of fast walking, but took us past the Globe, but also took us to a bunch of where the old theaters, the Fortune, the Red Lion, a bunch of these ones could actually be found, which was super cool and was something I had wanted to do because, of course, I teach revenge tragedy and I my work on the court mask. I did stuff. We didn't get a chance to see the court theaters as much, unfortunately, but the public and the private theaters, we got to see more than just the Globe, at least where those places originally had stood. She was great. She was entertaining and fun. And even though technically she had mentioned that it wasn't really designed for younger people, she kind of tailored it slightly for my son. And he was a trooper. He did it. He got very tired towards the end. We were all pretty tired. But it was good times. So this is the Big Ben thing. Again, that video is a little out of sequence, so, but I'll come back to that. I love that. The Parliament building was super impressive. And here we have Richard the Lionhearted right there. Your boy Richard the Lionhearted. Little of Robin Hood fame. And hey, there's some guy. George V. Like the detail and the decoration and everything. Outside of Westminster Abbey. That was a little church near Westminster Abbey that we thought was cool. And more Westminster Abbey. The reason I took a picture of this is because I've always I like sort of British politics at times. Oh yeah, that's right. I missed that. Kids are asleep. Yeah, Milton dictated his work to his daughter after he went blind. That's right. But this is the park where when Parliament is in session and whatever, a lot of the stations like camp out, news stations camp out and do interviews of MPs when they come out to talk to them. So it was just cool to be like, oh, that's the place I've always seen on TV or whatever. Various little towers and stuff like that. Okay, so now I think we're back to the sequence we're doing this. We went over the Southwark Bridge, and these are some pictures. That's me, daughter, son, wife, with London in the background. This was, so across that bridge, there was gum, but what the guy did with it was, there was an artist who went through, shaped and colored the gum, and then varnished it. So all along this pedestrian bridge, which is called the Millennium Bridge, all along this Millennium Bridge, there are these little artistic displays here of stuff. It's very cool. It's not something you would definitely notice until you like zoom in and look, and then you're like, oh, wow. So it was cool. That's the Millennium Bridge. I had to take a picture of this. Knight Rider Street. It's a story of a man who does not exist. Okay. Wardrobe Terrace. Hell yeah. King's Wardrobe. Again, encourage these little alleys and pubs that I love. I was just taking a picture of a lot of the street names. Friar Street. Yeah, that's supposed to meet something very funny. You know what Knight Rider is. Playhouse Yard. A lot of the playhouses were there. And this is Blackfriars. And near the Blackfriars area is also where a lot of the sort of theater area ended up coming up as well. Another alleyway. I thought that was a cool picture. And that was our guide down there with, I think my wife and my son were both feeling the wind, I think is what that was through here. Ave Maria Lane. And then there's a picture coming up of my son here. Yes, she had brought a crown and a scepter for him. So she read this stuff from Henry IV, I think, or maybe something like that, while Miniarv got this crown and staff. Is there a biz called Knight Industries? I know, right? Or an 18-wheeler that carries the car. Love that when I was a kid. Cheapside, yes. Milk Street does what it says on the tin. Aldermanbury. Of course, Love Lane. And here, as you can see, Shakespeare, Shakespeare's comedies, histories, and tragedies. So this is the statue of your boy Shakespeare. And these guys, John Hemmage and Henry Condell, are the ones who actually published the first folio. And it's because they published the first folio that we really have Shakespeare's plays at all, because of that. I thought it was cool. This conduit provided free water from 1471 to the 18th century. And this, the Pewterers Company, this is where the Pewterers Guild originally stood, here in Oat Lane. And I thought that was cool because I thought that was a really neat building. Again, old and new, let's say. Publishers get it done. Yeah, they do. And that right there, folks, is the Roman, those are the original walls when it was Londinium and it was under control of the Romans. Those are the walls, the original walls that still stand a little bit to this day, which I thought was pretty cool to look at. As you can see. Yeah. Museum of London, obviously. The Ironmongers Hall. Us standing in front of it. Yeah, this was the Barbican. Now the Barbican is this huge, expensive group of apartments that has like everything all built into it. There's like theaters. The Royal Shakespeare Company makes its home here now. There's a bunch of things here. But man, they call this brutalist architecture. I could not stand the architecture of this place. Just like concrete and angles, and the whole thing felt like I was looking at Cold War Poland or something. Like just no thanks. And there's this like central area here in between, but this is like a very like frou-frou, high level area, like very expensive things and all that stuff. It was crazy. And then a lot of the street art here, which was cool. This is where the Fortune Theater stood, right near that site. A number of many plays were performed in Edward Allen's Fortune Theater. Good master, Edward Allen's. I think that was White Crossing. I don't remember what I took a picture of there. And more street art. I thought that was cool. Us again, more street art. She loved street art, so we did a lot of that. And then through this cemetery and into right outside the Fox, a long-lasting pub again. Holywell Road. And right there is where the Curtain Theater stood, which is where Shakespeare first performed Henry V and Romeo and Juliet and acted on stage himself. Now, the answer to this is maybe. The answer is maybe. We don't know for sure that he performed those things there, but it's a maybe that he did. And this is where the curtain stood. So I got to see these theater places anyway. And they found some things recently that included having excavated some foundations of some theater. This might be the Rose that was down here too, which I thought was pretty cool. And they've just started to do this excavation, so they have it blocked off, but they have a window that you can look through to actually see it. And, as you can see, the Bard. This is us tired. Tired. My son being like, because by the time she left us, we met her in this one place, and she like took us so far afield that by the time she left us, we're like, where the hell are we? All right, sounds good. Sleep well, kids are asleep. Thank you so much again for the raid. I thought that was a cool picture of my son looking at Shakespeare. And a good way to almost finish this. Humanity wins, and you can see why. Amnesty International. Great stuff, obviously. Humanity wins. Right near where Shakespeare was. Thank you, I will. Street art. And I think more street art. Because look at this because of geese or something. I don't know why.
Guys.
Oh, and this was the last one. All right, here we go.
Guys never had to talk.
Now, my son was so kind of fascinated by the Much Ado performance, and we had showed him a little bit of the film, that this is my son who wanted to act out scenes from Much Ado About Nothing with characters while reading it. So this is my son.
I do not even know who I am. Sorry. What secret have held you here that you followed not to Leonatos? I would no grace would constrain me to tell. I searched on the allegiance.
Good.
You hear, Count Claudio? I can be secret as a dumb man. I would have you think so, but on my allegiance, mark you this. On my
Allegiance.
Very good.
Yeah. on your allegiance. Yeah.
His
How do we
expression.
mark?
He's like,
is in love with who? No. I mean now. This is the grace part. Mark how short his answer is of hero. Ye are not Todd's short daughter. Claudio, if this were so, if this were so, will it uttered like the old tale, my lord, it's not so. No, 'twas not so, but indeed, God forbid it should be so.
Yay! Just gonna take.
that was my, for like line readings, it's really cute. And like he, not everyone would do that. Like not every kid would be like, oh, sure, dad, whatever. Like he just wanted to do that on his own. So that was cool. And that, people, is the conclusion of the show and tell. I'm not stopping. I'm going to do some Jusant. So, it was a very, very meaningful visit. It was something I will remember this trip for a very long time. It was great. I really, really enjoyed it so much. And as I say, just the highlights alone, visiting Tolkien's grave, the Shakespeare Globe, the D&D event, like just on its own, those things were like hugely awesome. Like I just could not get over how cool that stuff was. So that was great. That was really, really neat. And so it was good. Yeah, no, I did. I really had fun. So, so thanks for walking down memory lane. But we are going to play a game. I'm going to play a game for a little bit. As I said, I had a feeling it was going to take me a couple sessions to get through it because I knew I was going to do some of this. But yeah, exactly. The family will always have that experience, and us doing it together was really great. So that was good stuff. So I do want to make one announcement here before we do the game. We'll play for about 45 minutes, and then, as I said, I'll stop at 1:00, and I'll try to finish it on Saturday because this is not a super long game. But I do want to mention that I have this. So I'm sorry, I was just making sure that I was allowed to name it, but it looks like I can. So I had too much fun. Yeah, exactly. So I am super excited to announce, and I may have mentioned this in general terms before, but I'm going to announce it again officially now, that starting, and I believe we're looking at possibly either September or October, we are going to be doing a campaign of Star Wars with John Helfers as your GM and the scientists from the Damon Runyon Cancer Research Foundation, plus an additional liver cancer researcher scientist playing Star Wars. You may remember that the ArvCon version that we had was so great. It was sort of came out of nowhere because we were supposed to do another event. I think it actually was Dune. It was Dune, again, being snake bit. And so it was like impossible. We just couldn't do it. We couldn't manage it. We couldn't swing it. And so John stepped in at the last minute to, instead of do something like that. Oh, it wasn't Dune. No, I take it back. It was supposed to be running with scientists, but we couldn't do it. So John stepped in and ran the Star Wars game, this Star Wars game using the West End system with the scientists. And it was a blast. It was so funny. If you haven't seen it, definitely go to my ArvCon playlist and look for the Star Wars game because it was so much fun to watch. It was so funny and they had a great time. And at some point I'm like, why don't we just do this again? Like, if you had a good time, obviously I want to support Damon Runyon, and if I get a chance to sort of bring more attention to them by having these players join us, these scientists join us once a month or whatever, that might be worth it. So the plan is we're going to do a once a month thing of this Star Wars campaign featuring some of the same characters. That's going to be opening. Good to see you guys, Shield. No, I get it. It's cool. It's all good. So I'm excited about that. That's going to be happening coming soon. So, and I just checked with John tonight and said that it's good to announce in general terms. Now, specifics about this in terms of how everything is going to look, that'll be different. But in terms of specific ideas, that's going to be to come. But general terms, general terms, Star Wars. I've still got England on the brain. Star Wars is going to be happening starting very soon. So super cool. I am excited for that. All right, so I wanted to make that announcement before I forgot. Okay, so part one of this madcap adventure is done, and that leads us now to part two. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move us over. And let me see if this works. Hang on. There we go. There we go. Lovely. I will update later. Okay, Jusant time. Here we go. Now, this game I have not played before, but I wanted to give it a try. This is a very chill climbing adventure game is basically the way they describe it. So you're just going to get a flavor of it tonight. We're going to play like maybe 40 minutes or so because I don't want to go way past 1. So around 1 o'clock we'll Eastern will call, about 40 minutes from now. And then I'm going to play this again on Saturday, and we should get a good long session, hopefully in enough to actually play it. Shadowed Mage, I'm surprised, has been interested in playing this because it's a whole heights thing, but we'll see. Good night, Emily. Thank you so much for joining us as always, and sleep well. So yeah, let's do it. Let's make this happen. Let's play it. I have not played it before, so I apologize in advance for if the sound is too loud or the volume, we'll fix it as soon as we can. Use a controller for a better gaming experience. Okay. I'll think about that. Game uses an autosave system. Do not close the game while the icon is displayed. Press any button to start. Okay, privacy, blah, blah, blah. I give you my firstborn, right. Okay, language. Yep. Audio. Okay, how's the music, everyone? You definitely want a controller for this. Can you use Drew, can you use like a Logitech or whatever? Is this a... I'm really worried. Okay, let me... I'm going to be frustrated if this does the thing where it's like... Because I don't have an Xbox controller. I don't like Xbox controllers. So I'm going to use my Logitech, but I really hope it works. Okay, I'll fix that. You sent me a mouse and a keyboard. I'm still using that mouse actually as we speak. I think this mouse did I get? Yeah. No, I'm still using the mouse and the wireless pad. Appreciatively. Boop, boop, boop. I have a Logitech controller. I have PlayStation 5 controllers, Switch controllers, and all that. But I'm really hoping that it will just recognize my Logitech. Although this thing is old, so well, that's not a good sign. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah. Autosave. No. Drew, what kind of controller did you use? Ugh. Ugh, ugh, ugh. I hate having to work through controller issues. Like, can you use a PS... Use Xbox? Can you use a PS controller? A PlayStation controller? Well, hopefully keyboard is going to work in the short term because I don't have nor particularly want an Xbox controller. You also use one? Damn it, I don't like Xbox controllers. Okay, a French nautical term for a receding tide. What if it's Jusant or Usant? Oh, I see. Okay. Gotcha, Drew. It's Jusant, is it? It's Jusant? Yeah, Jusant. Okay. I'm surprised you played this, Shadowed. Okay, I'm going to turn down the volume a little bit. I'm surprised you played this because I would have thought the whole heights thing, you know? I would assume. Driffit, yeah. Rabble rouses at Arvin French. Reminds me a bit of The Last Guardian in feel. Chapter 1, Daymark. Oh, wait, no. We have to, we've got to invert as God intended. There we go. Could be a little more sensitive, I think. That's better, I think. Okay, to climb. Alright. It's Get Over It with Bennett Foddy. Okay. Wait, what? Oh my god. Okay. Oh my god. Wow. Okay. I am holding it. Wow. Great. Icon displays a rope's main carabiner. When full, it means the rope is wound in. When empty, the rope is attached to a wall. Okay. Ugh. I guess I'm going to have to just deal with the Xbox controller thing at some point. Okay. Oh. Nice. Okay. Carabiners automatically secure the climb and show you the right path to take. Woo! Alright, here we go. Okay, interesting. No. Oh, okay. Wow. Interesting. Alright. Oh yeah, should be great. 3 small icons represent secondary pitons. If they're full, they're available to use. If they're empty, they're already attached to a wall. Wait, what? Keep it topped up to prevent yourself from falling. Okay. There's going to be a situation where I'm going to hit the wrong one and I'm going to drop an arm. I can already see it. Okay. What? F down, R up. Why? I don't understand. I'm in trouble because I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. Oh God. Oh my God. Okay, I really need to not do that. No, 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 no. What are you doing? No, no. Ah. This is so weird. Oh my God. That's not at all what I was doing. No. No, stop. I'm trying to go along. I'm in big trouble. I don't... Why? What the frick? Why? Why are you not...
Okay.
Wow. Oh! What the? What? What? What the frick was that? What? Why would it do that? Under what universe would that have worked? What? Oh my god. What on earth? I just don't understand what just happened. But like, what? How do I thought I'm supposed to use R to. Okay, I'm here. When on the ground, V-Y's in the rope. That's what I was doing. Oh my goodness. My goodness gracious. Okay. Whew. That's what safety lines are for. Yeah, I guess so. Okay. Yeah, we made it. This like holding on with one hand thing and like releasing the other hand is very weird. I kind of get it, but it's very strange. What? How do I... What is that control? Okay. Yeah. Okay. Object interaction. Oh, not attributed. Oh, okay. Well, what the hell is that key? What is that key? Is that shift? Oh, it's shift. Okay. Another sleep turning over stones at the old delta. Harvest 2 belay stations for parts. A good catch. That should be enough to reopen the route to the old cape. Otherwise, it's all smooth sailing. A couple of old lanterns I think I can revive. Folks used to throw this stuff away. Oh, and I finally caught an old knitting machine for Ennio who's been asking for one for cycles. Not in great shape, but we should be able to tinker with it. Still not sure how I'm going to haul it up to low tide, though. Note to Stealth, stop doing business with the Rem. All he does is dismantle my discoveries and sell them for parts in the Heights. He claims to be a repairman, but he's nothing but a foam salesman, that's what. Okay. You're already fairly high up there, actually. Okay.
Okay. Okay. No, 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 no. Right, that's not it, obviously. How do I... Wait, go down. Okay. Okay. It's a little hairy, but we got there. Ooh, what do we have here? Is that like a shortcut? Oh, and it went down here, yeah. Interesting, interesting. Okay. Can I take those? No, guess not. Right. Hmm. Okay, interesting. So that's what it once sounded like there, I gather. I wonder how far out this rope goes. Yeek, how are things at the sawmill? Business has been slow at the restaurant. Almost no one came to the last music night, even though people are climbing down from all over. I know we don't play the shells anymore, but still. I was thinking that adding scaffolding to the side of the upside-down cliff might help steer passers-by this way. I miss seeing a packed patio. Can you take care of it? I checked with low tide and everyone agrees. Rope goes pretty far, but not forever. It's very cool that, like, this whole society based on climbing up and down mountains. Hey Mo, listen, these things happen. I hope one day you'll ask me to do something besides taking boats apart to make ladders. Like if I'm free for a romantic dinner for two. Anyway, all good for your scaffolding since the village approves. I don't have much wood to choose from after that new path to the plan I had to build, but I still have a wreck or two left over. I'll get to it when the currents allow. I owe you one. Thanks. You're the best.
By the way, do you ever run into old Sonia? I think she's rummaging around in your area right now. If you see her around, do you mind telling her I need a new hob for my oven? Mine's taking on water. In the meantime, set sail for the restaurant. I'm not sure how romantic it will be, but we can always share a half-cooked meal. Interesting. Nope. Oh, I see it. Maybe. Oh, I made it. All right, sounds good. See you soon, Critchwitch. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, we're going to play for about another 10 minutes or so. What? What? What the... What? Okay. I'm going to play for about another 10 minutes, and as I say, we're going to see what we can do to play a lot of this on Saturday. What the hell are these things? Okay. It's called Lingo and it's all about words. Why would I not want to play it to completion, you think? I got farther than you did. Well, but that's because, I mean, that's because your laptop had the issues, as you said, so... Right, basically? Yeah, this looks safe. Oh my god. God damn it. Controls are going to drive me up. Synonyms, antonyms, anagrams, and more, huh? That's cool. Go down a little bit. Wow. Whew. Hard puzzle near the end. Oh, I see. Yeah, you're right, I probably would get lost. That's cool, though. That's cool. I will have to check that out. It's called Lingo. It's new? Or are you happen to just discover it? Oh my goodness, what? I see. Okay. Oh my god, really? That's cool. Whew. Okay. Cool. There's a lot of like, when you first get there, you're just kind of like, okay, wait for it, wait for it. You know, like I'm thinking through as I'm playing, like, do I have it right? You know, like, am I figuring this out correctly? Have I planned my steps out? Which, you know, speed climbers, when they do this stuff, supposedly it's, the climb itself is not the thing that takes the time. They spend all this time really, really thinking through, like, whether or not they want to, oh my god, places to go. They spend their time thinking through, like, how the climb is going to work, basically. So, where do I go? Do I go there? It's the planning that takes the time. Okay. Lynn's gone to the heights to ask to extend the site. With the boss gone, the wind's gone out of our sails when it comes to digging. It's not such a bad thing. Lifting boxes, crates, and barrels is my area of expertise. But shifting their old stones, at the slightest pitch and roll, everyone's knees start quaking. Anyway, I was just getting used to the idea of working with archaeologists, making myself useful again, and already the work's dried up. I doubt it'll start up again. I don't see how we can move forward. How about you? How are things in low tide? Is Dee Dee still refusing to go to school? My love, I'm so happy to hear from you. We miss you so much, Dee says. I'm homeschooling her and I'm very much out of my depth. Do you remember the names of all the regions of the tower? I don't even remember learning that. I gave Dee a homework assignment about the old altar to keep her busy for a while. She's supposed to copy the design. I ended up going with her. It had been ages since I'd last ventured behind the village. I'd forgotten how dark it is. But you know Dee, she's gutsy, and she's enjoying diving into the past just like you. Speaking of which, have your archaeologists finally found out how tides work? They've been digging for a while now, get it? Do you know when you'll be able to come back up here? Interesting. Oh, good. I did go the right way. I went the right way. That's super cool. I don't know why it matters, but I went the right way. Okay. Like, there's so many places I look at, I'm like, could I climb there? Should I climb there? Playing with a human cheat code. That's true. If you ever had any issues, just be like, Shadow, what's the answer? And Shadow be like this. You're like, oh yeah, okay, thanks. Whoa. Whoa. Thank you, by the way, to GOG.com for providing this copy of the game, incidentally. Thanks to my friends at GOG. That's cool. Hey, Bianca, how are things down there? I hear your boss sailed off into the horizon. Good riddance. I never liked him anyway. Things here at the hut are pretty quiet. Not many people stop by these days. A seasonal job when there are no more seasons. I'm starting to get bored. You could tell because I've started scratching letters. Tell me something to distract me, won't you? Oh, Amy, I'm so glad to hear from you. Yeah, I'm about as useful as a buoy on dry land, but no surprises there. You've been gone for a while, so maybe you don't know, but everything here is closed, except for old Ennio's shop. He's still raising his chocos. Bassa tried to convince him to leave with him. Remember Bassa, the little terror at the back of the classroom? They got caught in quite a gale. It was amazing. No one's dared try again since. Do you think they're going to keep you on if people stop coming by? You might be seeing more folks, though. I came across a classified ad. They're mounting an expedition to explore the crow's nest. I'd like that, but going off on an adventure with strangers? Ugh. Oh yeah, I heard about that. Heading for the clouds, huh? That sounds like quite something. I'd better stock the hold. I bet they'll come this way. You know what? You should join them. Come see me, too. You don't have any excuses since you're out of a job. It would be a nice change from the few stray travelers that still come by. Hey, the other day another climber got stuck at Weeping Rock Pass. I had to go fetch them. If only you could have seen them. Stupid enough to eat hay, as they say around here. Okay, it's settled. I'll be waiting for you. Can I not go down there? Oh, okay. Guess I'm overthinking it. I can just go here. Yeah, I could have just done that. Hey, Bianca, you must have cast off for who knows where. I went back to the postal relay. Still no water, surprise, surprise. Sally and Fazd are still sorting through everything by hand, and I've gotten roped into helping with deliveries. Me on Pebbleback? That's what I thought too, Shadowed. You can imagine what a sight that is. Even I'm laughing at myself. Still, why not, eh? It's a fresh start. And I quite like seeing the world as the mail comes in. Well, it would be nicer if this damn pebble would just change course when I ask it to. I'm telling you, it's stubborn, worse than old Yom. Honestly, though, what a nightmare. Anyway, I'm going to miss the tide at this rate. I left your mail by the door. Wow. Every so often you, like, get a look at one of these things and you're like, oh, there's a lot. Hello, little mouse thing. Stairs up there that I have to check, which I will in a minute. This is giving my, like, I'm getting serious, like, fear of missing out on the right path vibes. Like, there's a part of me that's just like, if I go that way, am I missing the other thing? Like... At the end, you find out this is FF twist. Exactly. It's called the Chokuning. So many items that I'm like, do I pick this up? Do I have to pick this up? What is that? Oh. I see it. And that's blocked, so I have to do this. Nice. Logbook, 12 octaves after the Jusant. I know. I know. I'm just like, it's one of these games that I'm like, would not do this in real life. Would not happen. I'm finally leaving. I'm so happy I couldn't sleep a wink. At the old harbor master's office, a note caught my eye. It sounded like poetry. Expedition to the clouds, seeking hope and water. Join us at 12 octaves, Baker and Arlo's farm, Highfield, to journey together. After spending so long marinating and trying to find meaning in life, it'll do me good to see the world, as Amy would say. Hopefully we'll be stopping by her hut. Just the thought of seeing her again is enough to tell me I'm making the right decision. With any luck, there'll be other adventurers leaving from low tide. I don't want to make my way to the meeting point with the rest of the expedition all by myself. The only time I ever left here was for the harvest festivals when I was just a small fry, so an expedition like this is no small matter. They want to set sail for the clouds. And all the boats are down there. Oh no, my parents. I forgot about them. What am I going to tell them? Hey folks, I'm off on an adventure. See you around if, and only if, I make it back alive. Of course, Bianca dear, don't forget to bring snacks. I better not say anything, and I should bring snacks. What else? What do people normally take on this type of trip? One thing's for sure, what's a journey without a logbook? I've got it covered. I plan to make like the expeditions that set off for the salt plain in search of springs. I'm going to scatter my journal entries along the way for anyone who might come after us, starting with this message. Farewell, my lighthouse. You welcome me with wonder and have kept me company as I've pondered too much. You've always been there for me. I'm leaving you to the weave beaks who will watch over you from the sky. And to watch over this message, I'm leaving one of my creations. Adventure calls, Bianca. It's the creation, exactly. Okay. Oh, crap. I think... Oh, my God. I think I broke it. I broke it. Can't figure it out. Oh my God. Yeah, let's try that again. That was dreadful, and we're never going to talk about that again. I got confused because I thought I could climb up on this. But what is the point? Why? Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Okay, good. Because I was... Whew. You broke it, you fix it. Okay. Ah! Okay. The jumping mechanic is still kind of screwing me up too many times because I get there and I'm like, what the frick? There's got to be something to read in here, right? Okay, right. Good, good, good. All right. Oh, okay. Aw. It's a Benny, it's a shmoo. This music. Wow, there's a lot going on here. Wow. Chapter 2, Migration. Okay. I'll play another 10 minutes. I'm actually really enjoying this. Despite the control setup being weird. Okay. So now our reward is we get to meet the shmoo. Oh yeah, zipline. Is that what we want to do though? I guess all we were doing was to get up here to do that, huh? Woohoo! By using tab, your companion will be able to see the next objective as well as certain collectibles. Okay, so we have to get up there. Aha. Ooh, wow. Okay. Cool. Haha, yeah. Yeah, I know. Took me a little longer to go through the... oops. Took me a little longer to go through the photos than I thought. But that was fun. I was enjoying sharing it with people. It really was a great trip. Wait, go down a little bit. There we go. Nice. Whoa. Well, well. Cool. I don't know if it does anything for me, but it's pretty. What's the point of doing that? It's just so I could be like, hey, look, a pretty picture. Oh, okay. Up there, huh? Just would like to get to the next section here. Not the next chapter, but the next section. What? Oh. Okay. Is an interesting mechanic, this idea of having stuff. An interesting mechanic of having this be something that like almost like a save point that you set up. Hey, what's up, Imaginary Exponent? Yeah, I was doing some show and tell before, and then I was playing a little bit of Jusant and started really getting into it, and now I was like, wait, I'm going too late, so I have to stop, but gonna play like another 5 minutes, but I've been doing one of those, just one more turn, Mom, you know, type of things. How you doing, Imaginary Exponent? I hope it's been a quieter day. Still Thursday night for you, yeah. Okay. That was a mistake. Whew. It is very satisfying, though, when you make a climb like that and it works. That is very satisfying. Okay. Yeah, that's good. Oh, hot, yeah. So here these people were just living their lives, doing their thing. And then something happened to all of them. No. Ha ha ha. Whoops. Okay. Nice. Hey, listen, you know, exactly, video game logic. Why would you send me over here? Exactly. No, so this, I guess this isn't right. No. Okay. Yep. What? Come on now. Oops, nope. Okay. Woo! Let's go. Dang, people, that was legit right there. All right, sounds good. Sleep well, Drew. I'm heading to bed myself. I gotta stop. This is really fun, though. That's cool. Just looking around. Hey. Got us a big old area here. The place is probably not huge, but it sure looks huge. Like, there's all these areas that I'm like, do I go here? Wow. Okay. That's cool. Right, let me get up there. Oh boy. Oh, AD to move on a ledge. The classic. Logbook, 12 octaves and 1 prime after the Jusant. Usually just getting to low tide from my old lighthouse is an expedition for me. It's hard to believe that this time the adventure was just getting started. At the meeting point, I found myself waiting with Met, a young woman from these parts. Good night, Triffid. Well, younger than me anyway. Her parents have already left, but like other people our age, she wanted to stay. That made ripples with the older generation. Leaving the family nest is no easy thing. I don't know Met well, but we already have something in common, the widening gap between us and our parents. She seemed relieved to see me. For once I was lost for words, smiling awkwardly and still red from the exertion of getting there with my pack all undone and my hair sticking up every which way probably. Nice one, Bianca, not socially awkward at all. But I was just as relieved as she was to know I wouldn't be setting sail alone. To my surprise, Old Soul joined us too. I don't think we'd exchanged a single word before now. Will an old schooner like him be able to keep up? Ever since I was little, Sol's always been the old hermit who lives up on high. He used to scare me. He would come down to the port sometimes like a spider sliding down a silk thread. The other kids and I would have fun running away, screaming at the sight of him. Even now, my knees started quaking as I saw him lumbering towards me. We set off as a group of 3 since no one else came to join our crew. I soon realized I'd been worried for nothing. Sol leads the way, an odd figure with nimble feet who climbs the cliffs with amazing ease. Met follows behind, brimming with energy. Suddenly I feel like the old one. Bianca. I see. Nice. Some good screenshot material, I think. Okay, elevator up. Okay. Well. So I got to get to where the next save point is, I think. Okay. Nope, 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 nope. Nope, nope, nope. Climb up, climb up. Save point, save point, save point. Save point, save point, save point. We'll assume it was the intended route. Yeah, I'm sure that was exactly how they drew it up. Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, so that was a save point. That was a save point. Let me just go to this area and hope that I can get back to where I came from. This is really interesting, this thing with these plants. Outstanding. Okay. Save point up here would be great. Any save point up here would be amazing. These upside down grabs are just... Okay, this is going to be perfect. This is going to be perfect because this is going to be a thing that picks up and that's going to save it, and then we will stop. This is way later than I planned to go, but I had a good time sharing things about the UK trip, and then all of a sudden I'm like, hey, how about I play this game that turns out to be super interesting? Nice. And there's the save. Yay. Okay. Oh, this is the gallery. Let's see. So the first one I found was this. Each morning the waves carry in the day. For as long as we remember, we dance the dance of tides. And then in the night the stars tell tales. The firelight warms us. We laugh, we dream of stories of days to come and days gone by. Everyone said that this was super chill and like... chill with occasional moments of terror. All right. Very cool. All right. Well, we have now put in an hour and 14 minutes into this. And this is not a super long game from what I understand. So we will see. We might be able to finish it next time. It's possible. If not, then it might be one other session beyond that, but it won't be longer than those. So that was cool. I hope you folks find that interesting. It's a nice little palate cleanser after Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, which was pretty freaking intense, as we all know. So now that we're back with this. All right. So anyway, and then, also we have Unlimited Adventures coming soon, as you know, for the subathon. So I will see you lovely folks back here on Saturday. I'm planning to start sometime between 7 and 8, and we are going to play that game. We're going to do more of Jusant. We'll see if we finish it. And then next up after that is going to be the Unlimited Adventures game, Curse of the Fire Dragon. Very excited for that. That's going to be super cool, both retro and new. It's going to be awesome. So I'm looking forward to that. But thank you all for joining me for this and for the UK trip. I hope you enjoyed a little bit of a walk down recent memory lane for me, and you enjoyed some of the pictures and videos. Yeah, it was fun sharing that with all of you. If you like what you saw and heard tonight, please follow the channel. Please check out the YouTube at !ArvTube. Thanks to those of you who watched over on YouTube today. Discord is !ArvCord. Please join us over there to hang out with the Arvanauts in between streams. Twitter is !ArvTweets. Blue Sky, !ArvSky. Website, arvanelleron.com. Financially, !ArvShop is the merchandise area. !ArvTrayon is the Patreon. And subbing to the channel is also appreciated as well. Thanks to those of you who did that tonight. Otherwise, publishing stuff, !Icarus for my graphic novel from Athos Arts. !Library is my Tales and Tomes from the Forbidden Library. That's my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment. And Greyshade, which is my Greyshade IP, Greyshade Renegade and Heretic, the books of the Grey Assassin trilogy. Those are available right now. You can also get the audiobook of Greyshade, which is available there from our very own Trent Sparks. You can also pre-order the tabletop role-playing game of Greyshade, which is coming from Alligator Alley and designed by Brandon O'Brien. So that's going to be cool too. So thank you for checking those things out. Otherwise, as always, BLM, Black Lives Matter, important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. It's GRAYSHADE, Jactress. But thank you for trying. It's GRAY. So let me see. What else was I saying? Yeah, it's the Canadian spelling. Yep. So exclamation point BLM, Black Lives Matter, important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Exclamation point Help Now, there's the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to others when you need help and reach out to others when they need help as well. And exclamation point Ukraine, UKRAINE, to help the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war with bravery and courage. And send the message will do so for others in this situation in the future. Thank you to my wonderful mods, Dragon Spear, Shadow Mage, Triffity Mats, the best in the business. Thank you to my Patreon supporters and subscribers, Dragon, Shadowed, Triffid, Tilted Gaming, Mrs. Dunsel. And thank you so much to my wonderful viewers. Thank you to Adam. Thank you to Ericus. Thank you to Betrader, Gaia Shield, Imaginary Exponent, Jagtress, of course, Jasper Kazai, and Nonstop. And thank you so much to Kids Are Asleep for the raid today as well. That's it for me. I will see you folks on Saturday for more of this very chill, cool game. Yeah, again, hope you enjoyed the UK trip. Pictures and vids, and I will see you folks Saturday night. No raid tonight. It's super late. I'm heading to bed. You folks should as well. Thanks, everybody, and I will catch you folks soon. Until then, everyone, please be good to each other, and have a good night. Honk.